Welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us on this Sunday morning, bright and early. All right, so we've already got a good 44 people here. Good morning, good morning. All right, well, I want to welcome everybody to the first Virtual Trains Canada. Big thank you to everybody watching live with us today. And if you're catching us on the replay, thanks for watching. Today we've got a lot planned for you, and so grab your double from Timmy's, and we'll get started shortly. First off, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Chris. Some of you might know me though as Go Via or Go Home on most social media platforms. It feels like it's been forever since I've been to a train show personally. Sometimes we live too far from those train shows, or we just can't even go outside. So why not bring the train show to us? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I reached out to a bunch of my friends in the community, and they're all here today to present a number of things to you. So let me ask you, what happens when you go to a train show? Well, there's awesome layouts that you can look at. There's manufacturers that are showing awesome product, and there's clinics that you can sit in. Well, today I've brought the layouts to you. I've brought the clinic to you. And yes, we even have some of the manufacturers too that are going to be presenting here today. If you see me looking at a piece of paper, it's because I've got the worst memory, so I write everything down. Also, we've got an extensive schedule for today as well, so it's important to know what's going on. So today we're going to be visiting layouts in Oshawa, Etobicoke, and Brantford. We've got some manufacturers for you as well. We've got ITLA, we've got Miniprints, Athearn and Rapido Trains. They're all going to be coming and joining us live here throughout the day. But we couldn't do this today without the support of our sponsors. I'd like to thank Otter Valley Railroad for sponsoring this live show today. I've known Lauren for a long time. He's basically like family now. So go check out OVRtrains.com for the best price, selection, and customer service. That's OVRtrains.com. I also want to thank Miniprints. Miniprints.ca for sponsoring the Virtual Trains Canada. We're going to be speaking with Bernard shortly, but I want to remind you guys throughout the day that you're going to be able to save 15% if you go to miniprints.ca. On your checkout, use promo code VTC2021. I'll have that up on screen shortly. Oh, wait, hold on. Maybe I can do this. Bam. Okay, there you go. So yeah, when you go to miniprints.ca, you'll be able to save a bit there on your purchase today. Also, we're going to be doing a giveaway very shortly, but I'll let Bernard talk to you about that. But up first, you're muted.
Hi, Chris. How are you? How are you this morning?
Good. How are you?
I'm well. I'm excited to get this day off to the races, like a typical train show. You go there and see customers and make sales. You see neat layouts. You see manufacturers. Sometimes they have clinics or historical. Right around this time of year, we would have our Coketown show, which is a very small, intricate show, which you'd find your Sylvan scale models, your Rapido trains, your ITLA, and some of the other ones in the Canadian market, as well as you have your Barrie show, which would have been last weekend, and then for your out west guys, you'd have your super trains that would be coming up in April. So we're hoping this day helps everyone feel a little bit closer to those train shows that they miss, and talk about the trains and not the rest of the noise in the world.
Agreed. Couldn't agree more. And thank you so much for sponsoring. I always get all my stuff from you. Everybody knows that. So it's an honor to have you with us here today. And we're going to talk to you. You've got some stuff to show us a little bit later, right?
Yeah, I have some small Canadian suppliers giving me a couple new items that they would have either announced at Copetown or at Springfield, the Amherst show in the States. So I've got a couple of them with me, and then I got a couple of surprises and an unboxing of a very popular item, and that's the Canadian market is buzzing over.
That's neat. That's neat. So today we're broadcasting via YouTube and Facebook. So if you're watching either, thank you for coming out today. We're going right through till 3 o'clock p.m. And honestly, it's going to be a fun-filled day for everybody. If you're into the hobby, if you love model trains, it should be a good day. Should be a good day, I think. So what time are you up at? You're coming in at 10:30, right?
That's right. So I'll be presenting at 10:30 today.
Perfect. All right, guys. So we'll get started here. So say big shout outs to some of the people that are here real quick. Don, M&M, M&J Model Railroads, Cornell, Greg, Joshua, Chessie System. Thank you everybody for joining us. Thank you for all the support. And yeah, let's get going. So Lauren, I'm going to drop you down, and we're going to bring in our first presenter for today. We'll see you in a little bit. Whoop. All right, first up we have Bernard. Hi, Bernard. How are you doing today?
Good morning. How are you?
Good, good. This is Bernard. He's from Miniprints.ca. Thank you very much for sponsoring us today. And I'm going to have the promo code up here shortly for everybody so that they know where to get that discount. There we go. And the floor is yours, Bernard.
Fantastic. And how are the audio levels? Can you hear me?
They're perfect.
Awesome. Yep. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And thank you, Chris and Lauren. It's such a pleasure to be with you today. This is an exciting initiative. I guess like most people, I really miss train shows. So I am so pleased to be a part of this. I know that we're supposed to start in a couple minutes, so I just wanted to, I guess I'll share a little bit about what we're going to do today before we get started. So today I was hoping to share a little bit about my story, how I became a model railroad manufacturer. That's something new that happened a little bit by accident that I'll share. Take a look at the miniprints.ca website, talk about what's new at Miniprints, including a new mini print that I'm unveiling today. At the end, as promised, there will be a discount code for 15% off, which I think is probably also running on the bottom of your screen. And I'll talk a little bit about the draw for a $50 Canadian gift card. Also, super happy to answer any of your questions. It could be questions about mini prints or my layout or 3D printing. So I think that Chris is monitoring the chats, and if you have any questions, please, by all means, chime in. Okay, so let me pop up a presentation. We'll start off with a little quick presentation here. Share screen. application window. And okay, so Chris, is that coming through on that? There we go. That looks good. So the name of my company, and I guess for the people joining us at 9:30, I should say good morning. My name is Bernard Helen, and for the next 20-25 minutes, I will be sharing with you a little bit of information on Miniprints. So Miniprints is my hobby business. It is transitioning into a full-time business. And I like to think of Miniprints as a way to make your model railroad come alive. Miniprints specializes in putting together really, really small, detailed, I like to think of it as sort of custom 3D printed pieces. And I'm really going to try and aim for craftsman quality. So these are parts, 3D printed parts that would be similar to sort of a craftsman structure. They involve a little bit of work, some painting, and they are really for people who want to take their layout to the next level. This is me. I am a modeler. I modeled the Quebec-Gatineau Railroad from Montreal to Quebec City. This is me in Quebec City a number of years ago. And my journey to becoming a model railroad manufacturer really started by accident. And yes, those are definitely resin 3D printed parts that I'll be talking about today. So my journey to this manufacturing trip that I seem to be on really started with my layout. And this is my layout. It takes up most of the basement. And as I say, model Quebec-Gatineau from Montreal to Quebec City. And a number of years ago, I was looking for some 3D printed parts, or I was looking for actually some parts up in the corner for here, a beaver lodge that I was putting together. You can see it here. I was amazed. This was about 3-4 years ago. Nobody made HO scale beavers. I looked everywhere. I looked with all the manufacturers, and I was surprised. I mean, the beaver is iconic for Canadian layouts. You'd think that there would be a lot of them available. They're on the logo of Canadian Pacific Railway, and yet nobody made them. So I'm a recovering graphic designer. I ran my own design agency for 20 years. So I figured, how hard can it be? So I designed up a beaver, and I sent it off to an online 3D printing place. And lo and behold, a couple weeks later, this little 3D printed beaver showed up. Well, that was fine. I should mention, if anyone is interested in my layout, I do have a blog, Quebec-Gatineau Railway in HO scale at WordPress blog. So you can certainly see some more information there. I know everybody's always interested in track plans. So I'm on this quest for this little perfect beaver lodge, and I got my 3D printed beaver back, and that was great. And then everything changed about a year ago, because a year ago, I saw that these sort of inexpensive 3D resin printers started coming out on the market. And I was looking at a Facebook group called 3D Printing for Model Trains, and I started to see the quality that these printers were able to produce, and it really was absolutely astounding. I couldn't believe what people were getting out of these basically hobby printers. So I thought, okay, maybe it's time to revisit the famous 3D printed beaver project. And I started playing with this thing. I've got a little video here, which I hope will play. And let's see if I can get it up and running. So it seems to be playing on my machine, but I'm not sure that it's playing. Oh, there we go. It's playing online now. So these resin printers are quite interesting because they basically, you can see these things coming out of the goo. They basically deposit very fine layers of photo UV sensitive resin, and they harden it layer by layer, and they're able to achieve incredible detail. So I went back, revisited the 3D printed beavers, and here they are. I was able to come up with a bunch more detailed poses. I was able to come up with them swimming, chewing trees, and this really allowed me to sort of finish the scene off and create something very unique and something really fun for my layout. So, of course, you can't have a beaver lodge without, a satellite dish. And my journey to sort of model railroad manufacturing really started, with this beaver. And then, of course, I gave a few to friends, and people started asking, for them. And so I, mailed a few out, and then I sort of started selling them. I asked on the groups if anyone would be interested, and next thing you know, I had a little model railroad business. So this is my business, Miniprints. The website is miniprints.ca, and the tagline is "Make your model railroad layout come alive." I really like to specialize in craftsman quality custom details that are each one printed uniquely and specially and custom for your model railroad layout. The beaver, which started it all, has now grown to over 100 different animals, including objects, people, and a whole bunch of things. So at this point in the presentation, what I would really like to do is just flip over, if I can, to the website and do a little website tour. The goal will be to show you some of the things I'm working on and some of the areas that, that are available. So bear with me for a minute here. Whoops, let's go back. And let me see if I can. Okay, go back to the screen. Okay, and I'm going to share a different screen now. And let's go to here. Okay, so Chris, we should see a website coming up, and I think we will see it momentarily. There we go. Okay, so this is Miniprints. Right now, let's see, did that work? This is the Miniprints website. And the tour begins with the categories. Okay, so I'm going to scroll around a bit. There's a bit of a lag time, but let's hope this works. So when you go to miniprints.ca, you're going to see some banners at the top, but then there are 6 main categories that I've been focusing on. It all started here with the animals, but then it slowly got out of hand. As you can imagine, the beavers, yes, Chessie Systems, Canadian operations, we do a lot in N scale, and I will get to that momentarily. So thank you for asking, definitely. So the animals is where it started. Then I divided it out into birds. So birds are something, and it's interesting. I was listening to Gordy from the UK talk about this, and birds are one of those things that we find in the real world, but we don't find on layouts a lot. So I've come up with a number of different birds. The most popular mini print animal of all time are our Canadian geese here. For some reason, everybody likes the cobra chickens. So this is something that every layout has to have because it's reality, and I'm all about bringing reality into the layout. So we've got the birds, and you can explore through there, everything from chickens and ducks to flamingos, penguins, pheasants, pelicans. I think one of the smallest mini print that I've ever come up with is probably this one right here. This is the pileated woodpecker, which I'm just zooming in on, and you can start to see the level of detail that you can reproduce with these printers. Thank you, Greg, for the order. That's what that binging is if you hear it. And then, of course, let's go back. All of these, I should mention, came really as a result of requests. And we'll talk a little bit about the requests as well. Certainly, if there's something that you'd like to see, there is a form at the bottom of the Miniprints website where it says contact us for custom work, special quantities, or any ideas. And really what you're seeing here, I would say that 80 to 90% of it is people writing in asking, can you do whatever? So it all started with what I wanted to see specifically for my layout, and then sort of went out of control from there. On the animal side of the shop here, we have land animals, and we have everything from African elephants to bighorn sheep, of course, the iconic beaver. I've gotten into a whole line of antlers and skulls because those seem to be very popular, deer skulls. I like to have fun with it. So some of the things that I like to do that you might not normally see are sort of the things that are a little bit more irreverent, silly, fun. Things like the defecating dog, because, I mean, every layout needs a pooping pup. That's kind of fun. Let's see what else here we have here. Really, you know, the animals are probably the largest section. I had someone ask me to put together a muskox, so I created a muskox because they were modeling an Alaskan layout. And then I never heard from them, so I don't think I've ever sold a single muskox. So if anyone wants to buy a muskox, believe it or not, we have them. The skulls I mentioned, everything down to squirrels. This little squirrel has made its debut at a very famous UK layout. It's on the layout there. Here's one of the fun ones I was mentioning, when pigs fly. You know, I had eagles and I had pigs, so it's not much of a stretch to get the design programs out and mash the two up. And these are sort of the fun mini prints that I like. You know, I like Easter eggs. It's fun to hide things on a layout and have a little bit of fun with it. I mean, we can all be prototype modelers, but, you know, we can also laugh at what we do. Oh, I should mention too, at some point, that everybody here should go check out something called Poor Frank on Facebook. And you'll see a lot of mini prints in very funny situations, but we'll get back to that. So then, of course, the land animals led to aquatic animals. So you'll see some really small things like crabs that are absolutely ridiculously tiny, lobsters. And yes, I know that lobsters aren't red until you put them in the stew pot, but these are cooked lobsters. Yes, we definitely do mountain goats, and that was back on the animals. I can go to the mountain goats in a minute. Do some fun things like, of course, you got to have the Loch Ness Monster. I don't know if you noticed, but on the land animals, we have a Sasquatch. So, you know, it's fun to talk about and do things like that. Domestic animals, I've got a whole section for domestic animals. So you can play around there. You know, really, there's a lot up on the site. I will quickly zip past to the mountain goats just because that was asked. So cougars, elk. I mean, I'm really running out of animals, so if you can think of something that you need, let me know. They're the mountain goats. The mountain goats are spectacular. as are the bighorn sheep. Here are the mountain goats. And those are just painted up. I should mention that all Miniprints come unpainted. That's kind of the fun part. Because I'm aiming for craftsman quality, you have to do some work here. So I'll do the hard work, but the painting and the finishing is really up to you, because everybody's going to interpret their animals a little bit differently. So I think that's enough with the animals. I want to move into a couple of other areas. So let me just close that up there. The area that I'm probably most excited about that we're moving into are people. And the people started specifically with my own desire, because I model modern day. And my desire was to have some model railroad crews. So when I looked around, I saw a lot of people that looked, like they were coming out of the 1940s steam trains. There were a lot of characters that had the old railroad caps on and the overalls, but I really couldn't find anybody that looked modern. So I put the call out on the Facebook groups, and I created this area called Custom Crews, Realistic Scale Modern Model Railroaders. So when I put the call out, and yes, I have done Canadian links, so they're up there too, Glenn. I put the call out for pictures of modern railroaders, and Nick was nice enough to send in this picture here. And I thought, okay, that's a really neat pose. So I came up with a 3D printed Nick. And this was what became Custom Crews #1. And I started adding modern day model railroaders. And that led to Custom Crews #1, which is Nick here. And it's a series of 2 different railroaders. So there's Nick in this pose, and then there's a second pose here hanging off the car. So Custom Crews #1, of course, led to Custom Crews #2, which I refer to as Switch Stand Guy. And I'm just pulling him up now. There's a little bit of a lag here. So there's Custom Crews #2, which then, of course, led to a request for a belt pack operator. So here's Custom Crews #3 coming up. So here's belt pack operator guy. And then Custom Crews #4. And these are all really based off of prototypical photographs that were sent to me. Can you make me a whatever? So this is really the area where I see Miniprints evolving. It's the people aspect that are fun, that I really enjoy. Obviously, those aren't the only people that we have. So you will also find bagpipers, Banjo Joe. Here, let me just wait for the website to catch up. So we've got bagpipers, we've got Banjo Joe. Of course, I had to jump on the Bernie bandwagon and create a little 3D printed Bernie. I'm not sure that will live on, but it certainly was funny and popular for 5 minutes. What else do we have here? I metal detect. So it was really something that I wanted on my layout. So that's one of my hobbies. So I thought it would be fun to create a guy metal detecting. Once again, these are all things that either I couldn't find or I wanted, or that people have said, can you make whatever? Another popular seller are our CSI forensic investigators, because I wanted a murder scene. So created those, and it goes on and on. Aliens, plague doctors, the official, this is the official mini print of 2020. the Plague Doctor. I've added lumberjacks. I've added taggers, skeletons, trick-or-treaters for Halloween. It's endless. It goes on and on and on. Okay, so I'm mindful that I've got 5 minutes left before any questions. So I would definitely like to just cover off a couple of other important things. So let me go back to the home page here. Okay. So a few things that I would like to cover off here. Number one, we've talked about the different categories of mini prints. There's this section called New Editions. These are the things that I'm working on. I try and post something new every Friday. So check back the New Editions section. Also, very important, I would really love it if people signed up for the newsletter, because the newsletter is one of the prime ways that I communicate. So I try and get a newsletter out once a month. You will not be bombarded, but once a month we'll talk about specials, train shows, discount codes, new mini prints, anything along those lines. For the folks that wanted N scale, all mini prints are available in HO, S, and O. And I do have some special requests at 124, and I'm happy to entertain those. But some mini prints just will not print in N scale. So what I've done is I've created a special N scale gallery where these are all the mini prints that I've been able to print out in N. If you see something that you want in N scale that's not listed, please contact me. And my email is readily available on the site. But all of these African elephants, bald eagles, caribou, cougars, the custom crews, all custom crews 1 to 4, these are all available in N scale. So I'm constantly trying to add new N scale. Not everything will print, but you do get quite a bit. I'd say the majority of things are available in N scale. Okay, so we've talked about N scale. We've talked about the email newsletter. Please sign up. We've talked about the new editions. One other area. I have put together something called the Mini Prints of the Month Club. The Mini Prints of the Month Club is really a fun area where I get to try out new stuff. So for $25 US a month, I put together a little monthly selection that gets sent out to you. That's $25 US a month, postage included. And every month I put together a selection of fun mini prints that I put together, and I want to make sure there's at least a retail value of $50 US. So it's really great value. It's sort of a fun monthly subscription where I get to try out new things. Each month you're going to get a set of animal mini prints, a set of seasonal mini prints, and a set of mystery mini prints. And here you can see the November selection, which were the flying pigs, a couple of turkeys, some pheasants, some hunters and gun dogs. And there tends to be a theme. So of course, Christmas, the most recent one I just did, I think for February, was a domestic animal theme. There are 3 plans. You can sign up for monthly, and it's $25 a month US, and it just goes until you cancel. You can cancel anytime. You can do a 6-month, and if you sign up for 6 months, you save 10%, and there's also a 1 year for $300. Unfortunately, I'm not doing a mini prints for N scalers at this point, just because it's all about, it's fabulously time consuming, and it's all about sort of production and getting things out the door. A little bit about production, and I'll come back to that in 1 second if I do have time. So I want to go back to the presentation quickly because I am slowly running out of time here. So let me stop sharing the screen here. Let me go back to a different presentation here. So let me go back to all right. Good. Okay, so we're back to, I think, there we go. We'll hit play. So this is an example of a lumberjack that was a request that I put together, and that led to other lumberjacks. Just an idea of some of the custom stuff. But what I really want to get to, and clearly there's more material here than time allows, so you'll forgive me if I sort of go through it. Here, so this is the contest, and I want to end with the contest. So if you go to the Miniprints Facebook group, facebook.com/miniprints3D, you can enter to win a $50 gift voucher. The draw will be at 2:30 today. And all you need to do is basically put in the hashtag Miniprints3D. You will see a post that has the gift voucher logo. I'm asking you to please post the scale, sorry, the era that you model. If you want to do the scale too, that's fine. But the era that you model, and then hashtag Miniprints3D, and you can be entered to win $50 to spend on the site. Thank you for your time today. We have a few minutes left for question and answer, and anything that people want to talk about. As Chris mentioned, and I think as he's running at the bottom of the screen, if you use the code VTC2021, you can get 15% off today. Anything on the site at Miniprints except for the subscriptions. Those are the only things that are not 15% off because they're already discounted. And I'm going to go back to full screen here, stop sharing, and happy to spend the last 2 or 3 minutes answering any questions.
Thanks again, Bernard. I do have a few questions here in the comments section that I'll pull up on screen here for you.
Sure.
There we go.
Oh, I'm gonna actually see Arthur's coming up right now. I should mention that. I'm gonna go back to share screen for 1 second. So Arthur,
right.
If you go to, let me just share screen very quickly here. Okay, if you go to the Miniprints website, let me click share. There are a few areas of the website that I didn't show for time, but am I sharing, Chris? Did I screw it up?
No, that was me. Sorry.
Okay.
It's coming up right now.
Okay,
there
cool. So let me go back to the website. If you go to the contact page, okay, there's my email. There's just a second lag. Okay, there we go. miniprints.ca/contact. You can get my email there. You can also look at some FAQs. FAQ number 6, do the figures come painted? How do you suggest painting the figures? There is a link to a clinic, miniprints.ca/clinic. This is a painting clinic that I did for the NMRAX online convention. And if you go to that, where'd it go? Here we go. Whoops. There we go. If you go to that clinic, there's a YouTube video which you can watch where I go through specifically. Here we go. There it is. Okay. So there's a clinic right there that you can go through. And I will stop sharing now. So I give all sorts of suggestions about how you can paint the mini print in that clinic. And from the point of view of colors and things like that, prototypical photographs, that's the way to go. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate that comment. That's very nice of you. Okay, in the last minute.
People are really liking a lot of your mini prints there, all the 3D scale. A lot of people love the beaver, and a lot of requests for different birds and moose and deer.
We have moose,
yeah.
we have deer, yeah. And scale people, DJ, DjsTrains. By the way, I'm a huge fan of your channel. I've been watching you for years, and you've inspired me, and you've inspired my layout. I've used a lot of your information. I'm actually thrilled to be on the same quote program as you. You are a huge inspiration for me, and I absolutely love your videos. So, and scale people, let me know what you want. Happy to, I'd be honored to be on your layout.
All right, Bernard, I want to thank you so much for being here with us today, taking the time to show everybody your awesome 3D printed animals and people and everything you have available. It's awesome. So yeah, everybody, you can save 15% on your order. Just go to miniprints.ca, use promo code VTC2021 when you're doing your checkout. And also don't forget to go over to the Miniprints Facebook page where you can enter to win a $50 gift card so you can buy lots of mini prints.
Absolutely.
I'm going to run that promo all day. You'll be back at about, you said that it was at 2:30 that you'll let me know who the winner is for the contest?
Yeah, absolutely. So it'll go until 2:30 today, and then I'll sort of do a random number generator based on the entries, and I'll post it on the Facebook page. When you're on the Facebook page, if you want to like it or follow it, then you'll be updated. And then I'll give it to you, Chris. I'll text it to you, and then you can post it online, and then we'll get in touch through private message with the winner.
Sounds good. All right, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to go to our next presenter. All right. So you guys are watching Virtual Trains Canada. That was miniprints.ca, Bernard. So cool, so cool. I'm just going to show you guys. So this is a moose here, super small. That's HO scale. Really neat. That's how they come. That's how they look. You just got to paint them up and place them on your layout. So next up, we are going out to Etobicoke to a friend of mine. His name is also Chris, and he has the Etobicoke Central Railway. Let's see. Whoop. Missed one. There we go.
Oh, hey everyone. It's Chris, creator of the Etobicoke Central Railways. Really happy to be part of today's virtual train show. It's been a little while since I last updated the train community and everything that I've been up to with the layout and everything that I've been working on. Spend a little time together this afternoon. I'll go through the layout, show you some of the things I've been up to, and we're going to run some trains.
Chris, I don't think we're seeing any video there. Yeah,
train show. It's been a little while since I last updated the train community and everything that I've been up to with the layout and everything that I've been working on. Spend a little time together this afternoon. I'll go through the layout, show you some of the things I've been up to, and we're going to run some trains. So jumping right into it, here's a bird's eye view of the layout from a different angle that I don't usually show. But this is kind of more of a full overview of the back part of the layout: East Parkdale, Hillside, Weston, and then of course Parkdale itself with the station. So there's been some new developments on the layout. I've put in some new signals. I still haven't tackled some of the previous projects that I've been documenting over the past month and year. But you know what? Slow progress, but still happy with how everything is progressing. Let's take a look at some of the new tortoise motors that were installed that I did a retrofit for. If any of you have followed along on the Etobicoke Central Railway's Instagram, you would have seen a couple posts on those, as well as the new 3-target aspect, which is now protecting the crossover here. Underneath the layout, we have new tortoise motors that are installed, and these tortoise motors are on the older part of the layout, and I wanted to put these in before going ahead and building the larger yard by the roundhouse. And these tortoise motors will be all interlinked using JMRI software. So when we have the signals being operational with the tortoise motors, they'll all work in conjunction with each other. Pretty simple. Right now there's 3 motors that are installed, and we ended up getting a couple of wire connectors from Walthers and ran the cabling through under the table into the SE8C board, which then connects into the laptop, and then you can use the software to change out the motors in an open and closed fashion. Once the tortoise motors were installed under the layout and the pins were properly positioned, so the turnouts that were on this part of the layout are actually Pico switches, code 100. But as you can notice on the actual throw bar on the turnout, we shaved the top of the throw pegs and drilled a very small hole in there. So when the rod moves back and forth, it just throws the turnout to the appropriate direction that you need it in. A little tricky to set up just because of the central location that the pin needs to be in. And again, this wasn't something that I'd recommend doing after the turnouts are installed. This is something that you'd want to do before you install the turnouts. But like I say, again, this is a retrofit. And I also found some of these really neat little dummy motors that were made by Pico, so little switch motors. So any of the turnouts on the layout that have these little motors beside them would indicate that that turnout is being operated by a tortoise motor. One of the more recent projects that I've completed is the 3-target aspect that you see here. So as I mentioned, this signal is now protecting the crossover, which is just up ahead. So this is a kit that was from Oregon Rail Supply. So a mixture of brass and plastic parts, are LEDs. And this is something that I've been wanting to do for a long time. And if you've been following along with the ECR Instagram and videos, you've noticed that the existing signal, or you would have noticed that the existing signal was a remote signal. And prototypically, that wouldn't be protecting a crossover such as that up ahead. So I wanted to make sure that it was updated, making it a little bit more realistic. And putting this together was lots of fun. Pretty straightforward to do, just packing a lot of patience, making sure that all the wires were done correctly and fed through the brass tube. And yeah, the results are great. I mean, the way that it looks, I really like these softer LEDs, a little bit more realistic in color and in brightness. Let's show you how I hooked this up under the layout and hooked it into the SE8C board, which then connects into the computer.
A couple other things I wanted to show everyone before we talk a little bit more about the tortoise motors and the signal connections. Some small details that I managed to finish for the signals on the layout. So before, I really didn't have much in terms of indication or number boards on those signals. So what I ended up doing using Pages on my Mac, I created some black and white numbers with the directions included, so north, west, east, so on, so on. And it's really important that each signal is numbered in the manner that I wanted, because the SE8C board that controls the signals have actually been identified according to the way that I've laid these out that you see here with these numbers. So in order to throw the signals correctly, so whether you want to change the aspects from red, green, or yellow, you'd actually quote these numbers on that board. So by putting these numbers on the signals on the layout, it just helps to quickly glance at them just to make sure that I'm throwing the correct signal. And on top of that, I also ended up making a couple of the black and yellow plated R's for indication of the remote signals. So I do have a fair bit of remote signals throughout the layout on some of the more single lines and the more discrete lines throughout the layout. So those would be neat little additions. Just something extra. These little details really complete the projects, and I feel that they just add that nice touch, right? So as I mentioned, having those numbered correctly were important because this is the actual control setup in terms of how the signals and the tortoise motors are actually controlled. So these are the actual codes of actually being able to throw the signals into the correct color that you would require. So whether they'd be a red, green, or yellow. But the way that I've set this up is I've mentioned, so some of the signals are bicolor, and some of the signals are tricolor. So the way that that would work, obviously 3 colors in one LED, and then 2 primary colors in the bicolor LEDs, and then you would mix the red and the green in order to make yellow. So you can actually divide the SE8C board in half. So you can have some on your layout as bicolor LEDs, and then you can have some others as tricolor LEDs. So going back to the numbers, as being able to indicate it clearly, you would see that each number would match with the number on the signal. So as an example, if you would want a particular color, you would simply input 257 into the JMRI software on your computer, and then you would click throw, and then it would be red, and then so on, 257 close, and it would be green. But I mean, normally you can quote the sheet on the software and operate your signals and tortoise motors manually. So like tortoise motors would be number 3, throw and close, and so on, and 2 and 1. And then the more motors you add, you just continue on your numbers. But ideally, the way that this would work, or how I plan for it to work, the other program within JMRI, Panel Pro, actually gives you a full panel that you can create. You can take your layout into almost like a layout schematic, and you can input these codes into little graphics or little throws or little signals, and by a simple click of a mouse, you can actually just change a signal or throw a switch. So, but this is how the codes are actually laid out. And this is something that I've been working on in conjunction with the tortoise motors and the signals. And now that the hardware part is complete, this is more of the technical side of things. So just trying to get it all sorted out and programmed properly, and created this sheet from the DigiTrax manual, took it into Photoshop, and then just properly color coded everything that I needed and added all the signal numbers up here. So just a quick reference guide, but yeah, something cool I thought I'd show everyone. Again, this is not really a super detailed segment on how everything works. It's just kind of quickly showing you what I've been up to, but I definitely something, again, I would hope to really touch on in greater detail and perhaps a video, and kind of share with everybody how this all goes together and the nuances of it all. So but that is definitely going to be a decently long video, so I don't know if we have enough time to do that here. But yeah, so there is the breakdown of how the signals work, how they're labeled, and we can take a look at the SE8C board and some of the hardware, and again, just a quick general overview of how it's all laid out.
After the signals were completed and the tortoise motors were installed, all the wire leads were bundled and run across the layout here into the SE8C board from DigiTrax. So this is actually the brains of the operation, which connects to the computer, which can be operated by JMRI. But the way that this works, all the ribbon colored wire that you see running there, those are all the wire leads for each signal. The white wires are the detection blocks. So that was something that I don't have hooked up right now, but I soldered all the wires into the terminals to have, if as a potential option in the future, if I wanted to have detection. And the black wires that you see over here with all the yellow and green wires, that is where all the tortoise motors are hooked up to. So each slot, and then pretty straightforward, you put in each motor one at a time, and then you can go into JMRI and simply open and close the switch. So this was quite a project. This took a lot of time just to kind of rethink, clean up from some of the existing setup that I had, and I really wanted to go through this with a fine-tooth comb and make sure that everything was neatly laid out. And as you can see, yeah, like I say, a lot of wires, and these are the little terminal blocks, these ones here on the right side, that sit underneath. Maybe potentially something to really deep dive into. I know I haven't done a lot of videos in the last little while, but this is something that I would really like to share with everyone, because I get a lot of questions about this: how to operate signals, how to operate tortoise motors from a hardware aspect. And this is it. So this is how I've set it up. It works really well for me. But yeah, it's something I would definitely like to share in the future. So yeah, the SE8C board, the retrofit's complete, signals, tortoise motors. Why don't we go and run some trains and check out some action on the layout?
One of the other housekeeping projects that I've tackled just over the last couple weeks was doing a railing installation on the tempo units. So the ECR actually has 2 units on its roster. So this one here, 3151 and 3152. But yeah, unfortunately with the RS18s, they're a little tricky to get off in terms of removing the back part of the shell. In order to get into the interior of that, if you wanted to do like a decoder upgrade or if anything needed a repair, you actually have to remove the railings on this. So this one was a DC unit and it has been upgraded to ESU lock sound. But with this one, I kind of tried something new. I've always used plastic adhesives in the past, but sometimes you would always get a little bit of excess glue or even a little tiny smudge here or there. And for me, being a detail guy, it wouldn't always sit right. So what I decided to try, and it seemed to work really well in terms of its adhesive level, was micro crystal clear. So if anyone's used this before, this is a fantastic product for bonding plastics and for actually creating glass or like replicating glass in building windows. So it dries, as it says, crystal clear. You wouldn't even notice any kind of hazing or fogging with this at all. So I tried just applying that with a Q-tip along the runs here, and it worked out fantastic. And as you can see, this one here I just put in a few days ago, and it is good to go, and it's solid, and there's no marks or splotching. And again, just taking your time and just putting one application at a time into each part of the railing. So yeah, just a quick little fun tip as we're kind of going through everything here on the layout. And yeah, micro crystal clear, I really recommend it. Over the years with some of the videos that I've put together, I've never really had an opportunity to kind of freestyle the layout for everyone. So I thought it'd be a great opportunity today to do that for everyone and kind of show the little details from bird's eye view and give everyone a good overview of how the layout is set up and all the little details that I've packed into it. So why don't we start over here in Parkdale? And this is kind of the focal point, the center point of the layout with the Parkdale Bathurst Street station here. And this is something now that's been standing for past 6-7 years. And this is one of my favorite things to work on. And that's actually just a classic Atlas kit that was airbrushed and just did some custom colors to it, some custom signage, printed that out, laser printed. And from here, we'll just go up the road. And so the Nob Hill facility, food terminal, also shared with Swift. So that would be your meat packing facility. From here, I'll go up to the back here. So this is the little town of Weston. So you have the Gooderham and Worts distillery, the G&W smokestack. Up here, you'll have the grocery store. So all these buildings, and one of the things that I absolutely love doing is doing fully detailed interiors. So the grocery store, G&W over here, and the Second Cup coffee shop are completely detailed from head to toe inside, and they're fully lit. Maybe that's something that I can turn on. I'll shut the lights off when we do a little quick night scene. That's actually something too I've never really featured too often, is the all the different street lights and the night scene options on the layout. Over here, the little pet shop, all the apartments on the upper level, and over there, the barber shop and the bar. So, and then up here, the Lambton Woods. So through here, lots of foliage, lots of trees. That's actually a custom walkway that I built out of balsa wood, some mesh, and some very, very fine styrene. But there is a path that goes through there. Some of the lumberjacks chopping out and clearing out the field. This is all essentially hydrocoil plaster mishmashed with modeling clay. And then the rock faces are your woodland scenic rock molds. So pretty standard. And then just done with some watercolors that are diluted, and that's the end result. So from there, so we go from Weston, and this is another Atlas kit. Actually, this Weston signal tower, so that was my first kit that I ever got when I was younger. And that was on one of my very first layouts. And because it was just a simple base to it, it was easy to take off when that layout was disassembled many, many years ago. So that's a real historic piece there. That's pushing 25 years now plus. And yeah, it's great to have. And you know what? That's just, yeah, it's just a memorable kit to have, and it's nice to keep on the layout. Let's go from here. Follow the main line over here. So this is now Parkdale, and then going into Parkdale East. So the Watchman's Tower, the main crossing over here into Tecumseh Street, small CP office. And this is, again, this side of the layout has just kind of been stagnant for quite some time. Just haven't got to it yet. But up here, you'll have the cement, limestone, gravel facility, the scrapyard, which was in the plans to have developed probably about a year and a half ago now. But it's just something that's another project that's kind of just been shelved with all the other little projects that are going on. But definitely we'll get to that at some point. And then over here, this would be Parkdale East and Hillside. So we're starting the extension. And obviously these tables were done. Well, if you've watched the videos, you would know that these tables have been completed for quite some time. So it's about time we start the yard. But again, there were so many little things that I just wanted to finish up on this end. And this yard would be the one that feeds into the roundhouse. So all the track is ready to go using microengineering, Walthers, and I am actually debating about trying some hand laid track as well too. So I have some of the tools that I need to get started. Thought I'd, jig out some of the layout here and give it a try, see what we can come up with. So, and then that'll feed in through here, and then you'll have at least 4 to 5 sidings, and then small little side track over here, the Aaron Canning Company building, and they'll be serviced by rail, and then the 2 access points into the turntable. So happy with that progress, at least on the existing layout. Not so happy with this progress because it's taking a bit of time, but again, focusing on a lot of detail and getting distracted with a lot of little tiny side projects. But this is definitely something that's going onto the priority list, the yard, and finally getting some trackage put down onto these newer tables. So that's kind of the main part of the layout. And then going back to the traditional part here, any other things I've missed, I'm just kind of doing a quick glance over here. Weston Road Bridge, Old Weston Road Bridge, the little mini pack forest in here, some of the houses, Lambton Yard in the back, tempo chilling on the main line over there, the English sign. And yeah, a lot of the aspects of this layout are based on the west end of Toronto. There's a lot of little hidden things. Obviously, the Gooderham and Warts, English sign, which once stood in Liberty Village. There's even little graffiti bits, the Spud that you would notice throughout Toronto. There's even, I'll zoom in a little bit here, the 6, some graffiti there on the side of the bridge. So there's little tiny hidden things throughout the layout. I'm one of my main passions is super detailed points on the layout, making it as realistic as possible. I'm not so much about huge amounts of space, but focusing in at really high quality in the smaller spaces. So everything from foliage to graffitis to detail to trackside detail. And this is actually one thing, I don't currently have it powered, but the little control box, I did post that on an Instagram story. But essentially what I did was I took a 1.5 mini bulb, drilled a small hole through the side, and it would be a power indicator light. So again, those are...
All right. That was Chris over at Etobicoke Central Railways. I love his layout. As you can obviously see, it looks amazing. I want to thank Chris over at the Etobicoke Central Railways for showing us his layout. Oh, we've got Chris here. Hang on.
Spending some time at the Etobicoke Central Railways. I hope to see everybody over potentially maybe the coming year or the following year at a future train show. Great to catch up with everyone, and I wanted to say a thank you to Chris Ward for organizing everything with this show and getting everybody together. I hope to see everybody soon.
That's perfect. Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris. And if you want to go see him, you can see him on YouTube, Facebook, and of course on Instagram as well. So next up, our next presenter, we've got Otter Valley Trains. We've got Lauren with us. Hey, Lauren, welcome back. You're muted again.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
Good, good.
So this one
I'll let you take over.
This one I'm going to go a little bit freehand. So this is the brand new HO scale container ship from Sylvan Scale Models. You hear me good, Chris? We're good, Chris, on audio?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, this is the new container ship from Sylvan Scale Models. So Sylvan Scale Models is a Canadian manufacturer. This is the first prototype that he has built. I'll get you more detailed shots, but yeah, it takes up almost my entire desk. So this is the Manchester Lines container ship. It's in the 187 HO scale boat. This boat will also be available in N scale. And I'm going to pull up some detailed pictures of it in 30 seconds. Just bear with me. Claire also has a couple new vehicles. I'm going to pull up my share screen. So this is the Manchester United Lines boat. Claire took his diorama down to Sarnia and did it there with the dock in the back. So that's the HO scale version. So beautiful boat. These were going to be announced at the Springfield Amherst show. However, with the train show not happening and border travel being extremely limited, they're being announced here. Sylvan has announced it last month. The HO ones are shipping to dealers now, and the N scale will be shipping to dealers the next week. So that's new from Sylvan Scale Models, and I'll get you some more detailed pictures on the boat. There we go. So this is more detailed shots of the boat. So as you see, you've got all the railings, the intricacies around here, the secondary emergency rowboat, your typical stacks, your end compartments, your crews. It's a very cool boat. Like I said, it's the first ever HO scale 187 container ship. Sylvan has also made lake freight boats, both in Orr and Great Lakes freight boats. So yeah, Claire is also working on a car ferry boat. So that is in his next avenues. You get the intricacies at the front for the anchor. it's really a neat boat to have either in a container scene or in a waterway scene. Get a nice chain detail. Now this is a cast resin kit, so you'll have to clean the parts and then assemble and paint. But it's a Craftsman quality item. As well as he had a new bus he was showing me. So this is the new Pacific Stage Line boat bus. So this is it's a sightseeing tours bus. These are now out available at dealers both in Canada and the United States, as well as he also had some new vehicles, and you'll see them posted on his Facebook page in the coming days. Some other neat Canadian stuff, and I'm going to pull that up right now, is Stoddart's. So Stoddart's Art is a proprietor down in the States. Generally they do the US train shows, but they also occasionally come up to Canada. They make railroad art. This past month, they've announced that they're going to be doing the Algoma Central Railway art. These are now sold out. We have some coming into Otter Valley. And I'm also working with them to get another 6 to 8 Canadian logos made. So your TH&B, your CP Rail, Multimark, your BC Dogwood, your BC Red and White Blue, some more CN and CP, Ontario Southland, Via Rail, Cape Breton and Central Nova Scotia. So definitely check them out, and that's Stoddart's Art. And you'll see them over the next couple months bring out new art. So definitely check them out. Our friends from Intermountain couldn't make the show today, so I'm going to show some of the new stuff they just brought out. They have another series of Otter racks coming out that should be arriving in March. There's 2 CN and CP versions, as well as 2 surprise announcements that'll be announced in March when they arrive. So brake chain detail. So these are ideal for your modern and modern automotive and manifests. These are 89-foot Otter racks bi-levels. So this one is painted in Providence and Worcester. So definitely check those out. Yeah. There's the Kansas City Southern. There's the CN and the white. There is, like I said, there's 3 more Canadian schemes coming in March. 1 announced, 2 unannounced. So definitely check those out. Yeah. I'm going to bring Chris back for a second while I segue to the next thing. Want to come back for a second, Chris?
I'm here.
Give me a second to move this monster boat. Hold on.
It is massive. Now, someone was asking how long it actually is.
It's 40, just under 48 inches. Yeah, it's a pretty big boat.
And those are resin kits, right? You have to build it and paint it when you buy it.
Yeah, they're a resin kit style. But I mean, for an HO scale boat, it's either you build a resin kit like the Great Lakes boat or a ore boat, or you build the new container boat. There is no other 187 boat on the market. So, I mean, yeah, it's going to take a bit of time, but it's one of those things where, you know what, your end product's going to be really cool. So
it's part of the hobby as well, right?
It really is.
One of the many aspects.
Just give me 30 seconds to get ready for my next segue. our hopes is to have to do this show again, everybody, down the line. I know Chris and I've talked about this, and while we're setting this up, Chris, maybe it's a good time we'll talk about that. Our plan is to probably do another show in a few months, Chris, maybe.
Yeah,
And,
I'm thinking quarterly, probably.
yeah, and I want to bring on different manufacturers. There was some that reached out to us kind of late in the week, and we couldn't fit them, but I definitely want to get that done. So this is an older item that was announced about a year and a half ago. It's been on the market, but recently our next speaker, Rapido Trains, will be showing their barrel ore cars, both in the long and short. And they also did scale test car in the barrel style. Now, generally, you'd also find the small scale test car generally coupled with the barrel test car. So this is a Bachmann one made by our friends at Bachmann Trains. This one's painted up in CN. We have it available on our website, so definitely check that out. It's a great add-on if you're looking for a scale test car. Go with the recent announced Rapido scale test cars in CN. So definitely check that out. The other thing that's been really popular in the Canadian market, and I would say part of the United States market in the last couple of weeks, our friends at Rapido Trains just brought out the Montreal Locomotives Works M420. And as you see, I'm reading up on my Rapido Railway Express Agency news. You can find these at your local dealer, so definitely pick these up at the counter. Or your online dealer, you could probably ask them to send this along in the package. I know we generally do in most of our orders, or we get them to customers at the counter. What's featured in this one is the M420. So it gives a nice write-up about the history of the unit, how many were constructed. So there were 103 constructed, 80 for CN, 16 for BC Rail, which we can talk with Rapido what the future holds for the M420s in our next speaker coming up. Francero del Estado had 2, and Providence and Worcester had 5. Now later these M420s were rebuilt into 3500 series units, so definitely check those out. With this production run, Rapido did 10 models of 2557, which include a Royal Canadian Mint. I'm going to pull up some detailed shots while I do the unboxing. Really beautiful models done on these ones, Chris. This is 2574 with the red cab. So this is a recent release. Really beautiful model. With any Rapido model, they do really exceptional work. So you get the awesome fancy artwork that comes with it. Really nice packaging, nice labeling. Now this one has the seal, so I'm not going to open this one up. I'm going to actually let my daughter Isabel open that one up later. Yeah. So I'm going to go through some detailed shots and kind of give a history of the M420. If anybody has any questions, industry questions, or what's new in the hobby or such, drop them down in the chat and I'll answer during this period. So, like I said, so this is the M420. So in early 1970s, there were a time of massive change in Canadian locomotive design. CN's Bob Bradford, chief mechanical engineer, worked with Montreal Locomotive Works designers, locomotive crews, and the unions to devise a new cab design for freight road locomotives. This would be known as the Canadian Comfort Safety Cab Design. The first units to be equipped with this cab was the M420 as it hit the rails in 1973. Just a few weeks before the similarly equipped GP38-2 wide cabs were released. So the M420 is equipped with an Elco 12-cylinder 250 Y C3 prime mover producing 2,000 horsepower, So the most 420s rode on MLW zero-weighted transfer trucks. The only exception to this were the 5 units built for Providence and Worcester. The MLW constructed 103 of these units, as I mentioned previously. So CN took delivery of their M420s in 3 groups. So there's the A class, the B class, and the C class. All these units were retired by 1998, and today many of these locomotives have been found on second careers on short lines. And I would suspect we would see the second-hand short lines in a future release on the M420 3500 series. So Rapido Trains made these available in 10 road numbers, including the special one 2557, which they have 10 packages or 10 models in their production run that you could have a chance to get a Royal Canadian Mint 100th anniversary coin. In addition, they also provided undecorated, both in non-sound and sound. So this one has the working doors that would open. So that's a neat feature. Class lights that can change color. Your typical details, your builder's plates, your class series numbers. This is likely going to be one of the hottest models on the Canadian market this year. And I know in the first 2 months in, it's been one of our hottest selling units to date. We had a skidder product, which was just under 260 units, and we've got just about 40 pieces left. So they've been exceptionally popular, and we've had them for just a week. So definitely check them out on our website at ovrtrains.com. Some of the other things you'll see coming up both on our website on ovrtrains.com and on our Facebook page. You're going to see more how-to videos, modders forums, what's new in the Loring shopping cart for the month, and general Q&A. And we're going to try to have some more in-person time for customers to live chat with us in the shop, or even hours after the fact. So I'm going to switch screens for a second, Chris. I think we're doing good for time. What do you think?
Yep, just under 10 minutes.
Perfect. Okay. I had some other neat photos. Maybe I lost them. Yeah, no worries. So right now we're in the process of finalizing our version 2.0 website. It has I've had requests on improving stuff on our website. So if in the event you're having issues with the search, please use the advanced search, and then you can specify if you want to use all words, product, SKU, or other. And then you can also specify by category or price range too. So give that a try if you're having issues there. The other thing that we do have coming, and I'll just allude to it because I know it'll soon be out, is we have the London Transit buses soon coming. I'm anticipating them coming from Rapido, likely in the next 2 to 3 months. So if you're thinking about getting a London Transit bus, we have them available in 6 road numbers. First one up is the Fairgrounds. We have Wellington Road, Dundas Street, Oxford East, Adelaide, and Richmond. Then we have them both available in the deluxe version and the standard. So yeah. I'm going to drop out of the share screen. Is our next guest ready, Chris?
Almost.
Okay, I'm thinking about giving those gents just a few more minutes of my time because I think they got some neat stuff to discuss.
They might. So if you guys are unaware, just let you guys know that we'll have Rapido Trains with us. They're coming up next, And so far we've had miniprints.ca. Just like you see in the promo code there, VTC 2021, and you can save 15% off your order today at miniprints.ca. Or if you go over to ITLA scale models, VTC 15. I have to remember all these promo codes. VTC 15, and you can save 15% off their building kits, wood floors for gondolas, bulkhead flats, and flat cars, and also detail parts. So just the VTC 15 for that. And don't forget about the mini prints contest that's going on today. Go over to their Facebook page and find the post, and then you're going to want to hashtag mini prints 3D, and you're entered to win a $50 gift card from them. And I'll announce that winner later on about 2:30, 3 o'clock. All right, so so I guess we're also about ready here to go with our next presenter. And I just want to let everybody know, keep watching the chat. I have been posting links for you guys. When you see products and whatnot, you're able to buy them directly, or you can also pre-order from OVRtrains.com, and that way you're guaranteed to get one, hopefully. Those M420s do look nice, though. Mine's in the mail, so I'm excited to get mine.
They have been exceptionally popular, and I look forward to the gents from Rapido talking about future runs of the M420s, maybe a BC Rail version, and maybe a rebuilt 3500. So
I've heard a lot of news about the 3500 series, and how there was one that was actually during the ice storm of, I want to say 2013 out in Montreal. They rolled it down the middle of the street and used it as a generator to power a community who was out of power. So that's really neat.
I think it was 1998, Chris.
Was it 19? I'm not a historian or anything, but it did happen. It really did happen.
Yeah, there was a locomotive in the middle of the street, and they used it for power. So yeah, that was an interesting. I'm interested to hear what Rapido has on update on their steam project, their buses. Definitely, there's the excitement with the barrel cars they just announced, both in the short and long versions, in CN and ONR, and the two paint schemes, as well as the scale test car. I know your N scalers. You'd be happy they've announced that they're going to do the new look bus and N scale, so that's definitely excitement. And yeah,
the bus in general, HO scale looks amazing. So I can't wait to see what they do as far as N scale. And as for the OR cars, I mean, I've seen a mix of everything, CN, Ontario Northland, so you can really build a full train with those cars. So I'm really excited for those to come out. So can't wait to hear more.
Unit train madness, Chris. Unit train madness.
Honestly, I'm going to need a bigger layout at this point. Jordan warned me. He told me, he's like, your wallet's going to suffer. And I'm like, oh, bring it on. But yeah, so we'll do the warm up here, and we'll introduce our next presenter. We're a couple of minutes early, but I think that they're good to go. So I'm just going to drop you down for a minute. One of my favorite models, as you guys know, are the F40s. This is one of Rapido's F40s. Amazing model. Superior detailed inside and out, top to bottom. Honestly, you guys nail these every single time. And of course, I needed to have Rapido a part of the Virtual Trains Canada, because, I mean, come on, everything I have is Rapido, and I love their models. So we've got with us today both Jordan Smith, CEO, and we also have Jason Schron. Welcome, guys. Welcome to Virtual Trains Canada.
Oh, thanks for having us.
How's it going, eh?
Yeah, Jason's the chief bottle washer.
Yeah,
no problem.
Weird. I'm looking at myself. I'm not backwards, so I don't know which way to adjust my hat. I think we lost him. Where'd Chris go?
Oh, he's just in the background there. How's it going?
How's it going? Are we just hanging out? Can we have a work meeting? No, we're not making the Kraus Mafia, so stop asking.
Oh, well, I want that though.
I'll be in the back. You guys do your thing, and I'll keep the questions come, the good ones. Okay.
Oh, sure, no
Sure.
problem.
All right.
So I just discovered actually when I was trying to log in that in the last 3 minutes one of the lights went out in the full size coach down the hall. So I feel like, I don't know, maybe while you're talking I'll be climbing up on the chair changing a light bulb. my OCD can't let me. I want to bring everybody to the coach later, but it can't let me bring them when there's a light bulb out.
Yeah, that might not work.
So, all right, can we start off? Can we start off by showing people the layout?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Here we go. I'm going to see if I'm able to turn the camera around on this app. I'm just going to tick on the. No, I can't. Come on. No,
Well,
it's not letting me do it. I'm gonna have to turn. I have to turn the phone around and. No, that just turned my camera off. All right, forget it. I'll turn the phone around. Okay, so what happened for me is I was when COVID hit, I was about to do control panels for wiring, and there was no scenery on my layout at all, and I couldn't get control panels done at that point because like the sign stores were closed, no one would talk to me, etc. So I said, well, I got to do something, so I started doing scenery. So I started over here. Can you see this all right, Jordan?
Yep, looks good.
Yeah, so this is Lynn Road in Brockville. And there's the 401, which is wrong in so many ways, but it looks pretty good for the untrained eye. Josh Anderchek doesn't like certain things I did wrong, but that's okay. He's very patient with me. So I started with scenery here. And then you've got a very small Brockville yard. It's much smaller on my layout than on the real thing. But actually, like, I'm doing stuff like you can't ever see this stuff, like those propane tanks. Can you see the propane tanks there?
Yep.
Yeah. Dirt road. You can't even see those from the aisle, but I'm just learning how to go, and I want to just try and get as finished as possible. So I'm doing all that neat stuff. We got Brockville Yard over here. That was my first scratch built thing of any kind, was this ramp. And then this Carmen shack was also scratch built. There's a ballast pile, which is like physically impossible for that truck to ever get down into that hole, but who cares? And then this is cool. This is where the loop line, I don't know if you guys can see. So you should be able to see the phone. You see the phone there? Like in the tunnel, you see the phone?
Yep.
Yeah. So there's a mirror buried underneath the main line. And the loop line, my loop line is actually to the north of the tracks, because if I was in the south, it'd be in the middle of the aisle. But I wanted to have that underpass. So there's the phone in there. So there you go. I've got a mirror there. So when you're looking from here, it looks really cool, even though it doesn't go anywhere. That track is powered, as it will be, with these wires. So you can park an engine there, put the lights on. Then we come along to Butler's Creek. And this was fun to do. A scratch-built walkways, which, again, like stuff like if a real human being walked on that bridge, they'd fall down to their doom because the gaps are too big for the walkways, but it was still fun. And then here we're getting to Brockville. There's Delhi Street over there with that famous apartment building that's visible in every Brockville photo. There's a CN shed on the south side of the tracks. I haven't yet done the crossing gates, but Kevin Rudko's can do those for me. You can see all the way down there. That's looking north up Perth Street. So I think it's kind of cool to get down on the angle here. How's it look from there? So I can't see you guys.
That looks pretty good.
Yeah. Okay. So you're at a right angle. And then there's the Brockville Station. I've now got some passengers going to be standing there for all time. And then Brockville Station, there's that cool Brockville sign that was there until the, I guess, early 80s, when it was replaced with the blue Brockville sign. And then there's the freight office. The freight office and the apartment building were done by my friend John Greggs. I did the station, and my son did the two houses, actually. And then here we come east of the station, where you've got the loop line goes off over there. You've got Clark Transfer, another John Greggs construction. And then you've got the Brockville sub heading off to the north. My Brockville platform, as you can see, is actually, it's pretty massive. It's about 15 feet long. And right now, this is William Street overpass over here. You can see on top and down below. This was done on my laser, the Rapido laser. And I'm working on that right now. That's Healy Tours, just north of the tracks. I've got to raise that ground there. And that's a building under construction. And a couple of neat things that I've discovered working on this is something like Healy Tours. I just posted a photo a couple days ago, and a bunch of guys said, Jason, that building was way too long. And I realized that they'd actually built some kind of big extension on the, like a 30-foot addition on the building, and I didn't realize. So I made the new modern building, and it just looked wrong. And some guys thankfully pointed that out. So I'm getting a lot of good feedback on Facebook. And as well, what I'm also the cool thing about building Brockville is that a whole bunch of people who aren't modelers have been really getting into the build. So for example, this bin, can you see this bin over here?
Yep.
Yeah, so that bin, the guy whose job it was to lift that bin every week got in touch saying, yeah, I remember that bin. We moved it over to the north side of the station like a year or two after your modeling. And then the Henderson graphics on the corner there, Mr. Henderson got in touch. He was so excited about it. And so all these guys who worked at Henderson Graphics were all like reminiscing on my Facebook about, yeah. Oh, by the way, Jason, your stairs are too narrow. We used to sit there. There's no room on your layout, right? So I have to say, COVID, just for this, has been wonderful for my layout progress. So it's always a silver lining on a terrible, terrible dark cloud. But I hope that other people have also had a chance to work on their layouts. And yeah, Brockville, Ontario is almost done. And then I'm heading over to Kingston. So
your bin location is certainly on point there.
Thank you very much. So yeah, it's I'm having a lot of fun actually modeling. And speaking of, there are obviously Rapido products here, but this FP9A here, that's from our most recent release. And I just got it's a gorgeous model. The our most recent run. Check that out.
They're still available too.
Yeah, there's a few left. 653. That's the E class. You can see because it's got the 48-inch fans. It's got the large winterization hatch. This pole is too tall. I got to cut that down. But yeah, it's and so I got out my airbrush and did some very simple weathering on it. What I've discovered in you looking at prototype photos when modeling is that for a layout that's set like Brockville and Kingston in November, December, everything's dirty. Okay, everything's dirty. You got photos in like Guildwood, and the engine looks relatively clean, and then you've got photos of the same train in Brockville, and there's grime everywhere, right? So you got to weather the stuff because if you're modeling a clean terminal, right, they haven't had time to get dirty yet. So anyway, I just thought I'd share the layout as a way for us to get started. But I'm obviously very excited. The room is a complete pigsty, and this makes other people with messy layout rooms. They feel like this is my workbench. It will be Spadina Yard. There's the mess. There's bricks on Spadina Yard over there, and a blender for scenery. This is going to be Union Station. Now it's just junk. It's all I put on my tools. So it's a complete and utter pigsty, and I'm told that this makes guys feel like it's like, all right, if the president of Rapido has got a total mess in his basement, it's okay that I have a total mess in mine.
So what's the next step?
So yeah, I was looking at this yesterday. I'm going to finish. I've got a monster helix over here. You can see during layout, when the layout's done, the saw won't be in the middle of the room. But there's the helix. So I've got to get from William Street in Brockville. I've got to get east to the helix. So I've got to continue. I didn't realize that this municipal line has to go all the way to the helix. I've got to extend the bench work and work there. I've got to do a view block because in the prototype tracks go off to the north, and I obviously can't do that. So I've got the continuous run connection at the back, and then I've got the Brockville sub and those two tracks over there, the very small interchange yard. They're supposed to curve off to the north. So I've got to hide them with trees, and I got to build Park Street over there, where there's a crossing and there's a power substation, and that should all be done this year. And I'm hoping that this year I can also build Kingston Station over here at this end of the room. And if I can finish these two, the 10 feet or so over there, and say the 12 feet over here this year, 2021, I'll be very, very proud. And then 2022, I want to build Guildwood Station down over here where the couple paint cans are. And then over here, there's a big gap. That's going to be Kingston Mills with the locks and the river and the waterfall and everything. That's a major scene, but I can't build that till I build down below around Morningside Avenue because that's going to be not accessible. So 2022, it's Guildwood and Kingston Mills and Young Mills where the turbo is, and then 2023 finish up the deck 2 completely with Pickering and Oshawa. and then I can start the big Spadina Union 2024, or I might get hit by a bus tomorrow, in which case I'm stopping at Brockville.
Speaking of buses, do you want to have a look at our buses?
Absolutely. Let's get on to product.
All right. So, as you guys know, we announced the N-scale new look buses. When was that? A couple weeks ago now? Last week?
A couple weeks ago.
Yep. So let me see if I can share this on the screen here. Hold on one sec.
That's got a really good response, those N-scale buses.
Oh yeah. This is actually the first tooling sample that we got.
Honestly, it looks like an HO model.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's a couple of adjustments that they need, but they're looking really good. We've got full interior lights. We've got the interior.
No, there's no interior lights.
Not interior lights. We got
headlights,
headlights and tail lights.
Headlights, tail lights. But what it has is the stanchions, the grab poles on the interior.
Yep. We've got multiple types of bumpers. Same as in HO, we've done 3 different bumpers, I believe.
Yes, so we've got the Firestone, the steel, and the rubber, and the water jug bumpers.
Yep. So this is kind of a mishmash of different samples here. We've got the air conditioner on the back. We've got the Firestone. No, that's the water jug bumper on the front there.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yep.
And this is actually modeled on a TDH 5303, which we know intimately. we own a TDH 5303.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an 8-foot 6-inch wide bus, 40 feet long, seats 53 people, including the driver.
Yeah, and we've got a whole bunch of interesting paint schemes announced. We've got Go Transit. We've got a whole bunch of other ones. Which ones do we have there again?
So we've got what we've done with N-scale. So we have to pay very expensive licensing costs whenever we do models from a transit agency. Most transit agencies require licensing, and the factory also. Oh, I love the underbody. That's correct. It's not a generic underbody. I mean, I have a 143rd model new look that underbody is like blank. It's just nothing. Right, yep. It's like my buddy Greyhound coach. So do you remember that tin plate Greyhound coach? Everyone had one.
I had that one.
I have it upstairs. It's still there. Anyway, so what we've done in N-scale, because the printing is extremely small and would barely be legible if at all. We've done some generic schemes. So like a Toronto scheme is the Toronto colors, but it doesn't have the TTC logo on it. If you want to add the TTC logo, I'm sure Jim at Highball Graphics will do all sorts of decals for different transit agencies. But we have a very good relationship with Go Transit. We've been working with them for a while with our F40. That was a Freudian slip. You didn't hear anything. Our F59PH and our bi-level cars. So Go Transit, we decided that we're going to go whole hog and do a fully lettered Go Transit model, and we're doing a fully lettered Santa Monica model just because it tends to be a very popular bus. I don't know, something about people like when it goes over 50 miles per hour on their layout. Yeah. So it's bus number 2525, very, very popular bus.
Oh yeah.
I hear Keanu Reeves likes that bus model.
I believe so.
There you go. But otherwise, they're generic, and it allows you to do one. You either do your own city scene if you're really doing a Toronto or Montreal or New York, or if you've got a layout that's freelance, you can put on your own urban decals for whatever decals were in Canada for whatever the name of your town is. Right. So it's I'm very happy with that model. Look, it's not going to make us a lot of money because he's so small. But it was definitely worth doing.
And of course, we've got a full interior detailing, or full amount of interior detail. We've got the driver's area.
Yeah, you can't, because this is a raw casting, you can't see the steering wheel because it hasn't been installed yet, but there's even a steering wheel.
But you've got the dashboard, you've got the fare box, all the seats. There's the kind of that corrugated flooring, that rubber flooring.
Yeah.
So we've thrown all of that in there. And this is N-scale, of course. This isn't the HO bus, which is actually in production right now.
Correct. The HO bus is taking forever because it's a massive order, and the factory hates them. It takes them a very long time. Yeah. They actually paused HO bus production to make the N-scale Canadian, which we should have hopefully by the end of March.
Yeah, they're not far away.
So the N-scale Canadian, they were trying to ship them before China. They shut down for 3-4 weeks, and they weren't able to, just weren't ready because it's thousands upon thousands of cars. I don't like saying quantities generally because you keep that close to your chest. There is far greater than 10,000 cars in this production run.
Yeah.
So far greater. I don't mean like 100 greater. I mean far greater than 10,000 cars. So it's a massive production run for the Canadian. So, but N scale, anything high value in N scale, we normally send it by air. Both for safety considerations. One straight forklift smash and you've lost like 40 trains, and also because it gets it here in 1/5 the time, 1/6 the time. So we'll be sending the N-scale trains by air, and the factory says hopefully they'll be leaving in March, early March. So we should have them by the end of March. All going well.
Where does that put the HO New Look then? Is that
so the HO New Look it's the like, for example, all the printing is done on the N Canadian, so they're still printing HO New Look shells. They found we try and go super detailed on these, but truthfully, the problem is that the HO New Look should have a retail price of well north of $100, based on the amount of work that goes involved and the cost. So our cost for an HO New Look is roughly the same as something like a $110 Skyline.
And there's so much tampoing and printing that
that's the cost. That's the big thing. It's time. So it's labor. And I don't think that we can justifiably sell them at that price. So what the factory does is it's not the number one priority. If something else comes they need more quickly, they will just move it over.
And someone's asking about price. Our MSRP on these in Canada at least is $39.95 for most of them, except for Go, I believe, which has the license on there.
Yeah, it's a slightly higher price on Go Transit.
Yeah, exactly. Another $5 for that. But that's the MSRP pricing on those. And if you go to our website, you can see all the different paint schemes we're doing in the first run. And of course, like we always say, this is just the first run. If you don't see a paint scheme that you want, we'll probably do them in the future.
Oh yeah,
of course.
These ones, the N scale one, because we're leaving off the really fine numbers and striping, and that was added to the HO model. The factory can churn these out, and that's why we're able to charge a lower price for these. Otherwise, they'd be the same price as the HO models, because the real cost in them is the decoration. That's what costs so much on those cars. Yeah. But I think we should talk about E8s. Do you have anything ready for E8s?
I was going to talk about barrel ore cars first.
Okay, barrel ore cars first. Then we can talk about E8s, because I'm very excited about the E8s.
I know, because VIA had them in 1980 on the Kingston sub.
Well, they weren't on the Kingston sub, but they
would have passed through. But they would have passed through at some point. I'm sure they would have.
They would have been in Union Station, because they did leave Union Station on at least once or twice. Because I saw photos of them at John Street, like in '79, in VIA colors. So that's good enough for me. I will have them along with one day we'll do RS10 number 8558. Just so I can have 8558 with my E8s in Toronto.
Yes, one day. Yes, we need to do RS10s.
One thing at a time. You're going to talk about ore cars.
After the RSC14s and the 18Us, maybe one day. Anyway, let's move along to the ore cars. Let me pull this up on the screen here. One sec.
RS18U sales are very good. RSC14 sales are not as good, but we expected that. Because it has one paint scheme, and they operated in one spot.
Yes, exactly. Here's the barrel ore cars. This is the NSC barrel ore. There's two versions. We've got the long version and the short version. So you can see some of our renderings there. We've got
these are in tooling now. So we should have samples by end of April, I imagine.
Yep. And these are really neat. We've got, we've put a ton of detail on these. We're going to be putting KD number 158 scale whisker couplers on these. We've got etched metal end platforms, rotor metal platforms. We've even I think the really neat part of these, we've got the little wheels. Are we doing that out of rubber? The little wheels on the for the unloading and the loading hatches?
No, I think they're plastic.
Plastic, but they represent.
Or etched. I don't remember. You have to ask. Dan Darnell is probably shaking his head now. Oh, geez, guys. Yeah, but I haven't got my computer open, so I can't look at them. I'm looking at the tiny little picture on my phone.
Of course.
Your screen.
So in the first one, we've got this is the long barrel CN cars. We've got those coming in, 12 different numbers. We've got the short barrel versions in 6 different numbers. There's the scale test cars. We've got 3 numbers of those. And we've got Ontario Northland, of course. We've got the short barrel ONR and the progressive. So these were the earlier production cars, and then the long barrel in the chevron, and of course undecorated if you want to roll your own.
So can you, if you got a link there to Bram Bailey did a wonderful masterclass. It should be, is that it? Because I can't see your screen, it's so tiny. If you want to head to the masterclass and show off.
Do you see that on the screen right now, or do I have to switch?
No, I can't see it on the screen because it opened up a new tab, so you have to share the other tab. But I would definitely share the masterclass.
Yeah, give me 1 sec to pull that up there.
So if you go to RapidoTrains.com and you go to masterclasses, I'm not sure which menu it's under. It's under info or something like that.
There we go.
We include many of our products. We just discovered, Dan Garcia discovered yesterday or Friday that there's a bunch of masterclasses that when we redid our website, they didn't get listed. We've actually got like 3 masterclasses that no one's seen in a couple of years. Mm-hmm. So this one's written by Bram Bailey. And a lot of our masterclasses are written by experts on the cars, Andrew Castle or John Riddell. And on the particular model. So it's written by people who have a love for the prototype and understand it very much. And you'll find history, you'll find prototype photos. Mm-hmm. And it's a way for you to say you know about the barrel ore cars, but you're not sure if you need them for your layout or where they ran, when they ran, etc. You can read the barrel ore masterclass. And for most of our products, we have a masterclass. And usually we get it up. It's not often up. The barrel ore car was amazing because Bram did a good job. We were able to get it up at the same time as the launch. Often it comes up a month or two later after our launch. But like we just delivered the M420s, as the guys were talking about. So you go to our M420 page, you can read the whole history that Andrew Castle wrote, the whole history of the M420s for us, and it's fabulous. So it's a way to. I hope people will see our website for the master classes. It's a destination. You got some time to kill in the bathroom or whatever, and just go and read a master class and learn about a Canadian or American prototype.
Is that where you read the master classes?
I read master classes in the bathroom. Yeah. Actually, I have to say I'm a magazine guy myself. I don't like taking my computer, and I don't read stuff on my phone. So it's still MR RMC in the bathroom for me. So. That's fascinating conversation.
They've been flagged now. So
TMI is now.
Exactly.
TMI models.
Let's get back on course there.
Right.
Anyway, so these are actually if you're modeling the ONR or CN in the Toronto area, kind of any time between the late 60s and 1990, these are kind of a must-have. The ore train ran and there was a mix of the different cars. You'd see all the different cars on any train. And that was pretty much a continuous circuit.
Where did it run? It didn't run down as far as Toronto, did it?
It went to Hamilton.
Really?
Yeah.
So I can have these on my layout?
I don't know if they ran through Spadina. I'm pretty sure they probably went through they probably crossed through New York.
They've been rerouted through the High Line. I got to have them on my layout.
I know at the very least, this was one of the first trains I ever saw when I was a kid. So back in we have a place up near Huntsville, and when I was 5-6 years old, I remember the barrel ore train going up and down the Newmarket sub.
That was like 1998, right?
1988, more like. You're only 8 years older than me,
You're so young. Everyone thinks you're my son at train shows.
Yes.
That's just because I look like. You know that I've been getting the Shoppers Drug Mart Seniors discount now for 4 years.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't actually qualify for another 9 years, but I've been getting it for 4.
For sure.
Anyway, can we talk E8s now, please?
All right, let me stop sharing this, and we'll go and talk E-units. I'm gonna have you start talking about them. I'm gonna get it set up on the screen here.
Please. So the E8, there's a lot of times when Rapido makes models, and people say, "Why on earth did you make that? It's been done to death." And I think the RDC is the perfect example. I mean, we've sold something like 15,000 RDCs, and people said that would never, they'll never sell enough. It's been, you can still buy them for $29.99 at the discount places. But truthfully, we felt that it hadn't been done properly. It was the models that had been done before was either a rubber brand drive from the 60s or it was a very basically modeled from the late 90s. And we felt that the RDC is being, a lot of guys, it's the only passenger train they're going to run their entire layout. We had to do it justice. And of course, we ended up owning 1, and then we ended up owning 5, but that's another story. Prototypes, I mean. So the E8 was another example where we really felt strongly on the E8 that this needed to be done properly. All of the models out there are best described as best guesses in terms of nose and roof contours. And we really felt that even with all the retooling that they've had over the years, all the existing models were done from blueprints, like the general arrangement drawings, photos. They weren't good enough. So we took the Rapido approach where we did a 3D scan of a real E8 to get those nose profiles and windshield and roof contours bang on. And then Bill spent several months working with the factory in China to design fill in all the details, because we scanned an E8 UP unit, so we had to do all the old traditional research of finding blueprints and photos and drawings and measuring the prototype for Canadian details for the CP models, VIA models, and for all the other roads we're doing, not just UP. So it's a very ingenious design of our E8. It's a very modular design, following sort of the Highliner shell model, where we can change out panels to get different portholes. And right from the start,
as well.
What's that?
Or no portholes.
Or no portholes, yeah. The first mass-produced model with no portholes, just like our Amtrak model. The E8 has actually turned into our fastest-selling model ever. We've already pre-sold. The value of our E8 sales today is about, let's do a comparison, the value of our RS18 and RS11 models after we close the order deadline. So like that's how well they're selling. And so I said to Bill immediately when we started this, I said, VIA 1800, VIA 1800, when they painted it into action red back in the 70s, the first two porthole panels were flipped upside down. So if most E8s have a porthole right behind the cab door, and 1800, it's much further back. And so I said to Bill, we have to model that. And I remember Bill's conversation, like the response from Bill was like, hang on a second. There's a whole bunch of prototype specifications that you say, oh no, only 10 units had that. We can't model that. But one number out of a fleet of 3 engines had that porthole moved, and you want us to tool that? And I said, yeah. And we did. So if you get 1800 in the Action Red or in the VIA, it's got the weird porthole. So I think it's important to differentiate between sort of Rapido's E8 with what went before. Yep. The E8 is going into tooling right now. We had hoped to get tooled before Chinese New Year, but we ran out of time. There we go. There we've got.
Don't forget, we have 2 versions of the VIA E8s coming. We've got 1800 and 1802 with their earlier road number, and of course, as an Otter Valley exclusive, we've got the 1898 and 99. That's the 2 units, the first 2 units. They were renumbered. I believe that was when
1980. They were renumbered in 1980. So they were painted in VIA in 79, and they were renumbered in 1980. So they spent about a year with the original numbers. Yep. And they spent 2 years
conflicting with the RS18U project, I believe. So that's why they
then they spent 2 years with the new numbers. And the E8s did lead. They were often leading in Western Canada. They weren't just trailing units. But they did come as far east as Toronto in VIA colors. In CP, the E8s were mainly on the Atlantic, and then in the later 70s, I'm talking about in Action Red, and then in the later 70s, they could find them out west on the Canadian.
They originally built CP built them for service. It was actually it was built in the U.S. before London opened.
Yes, these are from the U.S.
They were actually built for use on the, I believe it was the Red Wing and the Alouette down to Boston. It was a shared train with the B&M.
Right. So there's lots of photos of the CP Maroon, both schemes at White River Junction, Vermont.
Yep.
So so they're definitely in Maroon. They tended more towards the east, and in the U.S. In the Action Red, they were mainly on the Atlantic. And then in late Action Red and VIA, they were all the way from Toronto to Vancouver.
No, they didn't go to Vancouver. They only went as far as Calgary because they didn't have dynamic brakes.
Calgary, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Toronto to Calgary. But there you go. And I mean, it's amazing. Like N-scale modelers, because Kato just happened to have an E8 model, it's like all their VIA engines have been E8s for years and years, right? There's like a 10-to-1 ratio, E8 versus everything else. So that's why in N scale we're bringing out the FP9As and to try and fix that on people's layouts, not have just E8s everywhere.
Yep.
But yeah, they are striking engines. The order deadline will probably be, I imagine, like June, July is my guess. What we're doing is the tooling is starting, please God, next week. And then we'll get the first samples in 2 months. So that's May, I guess, right?
Yep.
And then we're going to finish up the Amtrak version first. And that's going right into production because that's a limited edition. We've already closed the order desk for Amtrak 4316. That was the there you go. There he is, Amtrak 4316. The first, this year is Amtrak's 50th anniversary. So we want to make sure that 4316 is delivered this year, not next year. So it'll be delivered. That'll be that. So we're making that first. We're starting production of that in May, or early June. So that'll be delivered late summer or early fall. When the rest of them will follow shortly after that. So we'll close the order desk probably around, I think, June, July.
My wallet is not safe on that one. So.
No, there you go. Well, I'm looking forward to running my two Via E8s together and having just spotting the difference. It's like spotting that difference. It's just cool. That kind of, it does cost money, obviously, when to do. We actually tool up an extra pair of panels. But it's worth it to do that kind of prototype accuracy. Is absolutely worth it. And Rapido models take a little longer to design, but they take a little longer to bring out. But I think it's worth it in the end because of that.
Awesome. What do we want to talk about next?
Whatever you want. We can talk about the RS18, RSC24s.
Oh yes, true. How far off is the tooling on that? I know we've seen some.
The tooling was done before Chinese New Year, but we didn't get any samples. So I was just on the phone with Colin last night for over an hour going over because factories are starting up again. The factories have really felt what's the word when they're their hands have been tied behind their back. Normally, Chinese New Year shuts down China for about 3 to 4 weeks, right? Because here we all stagger our vacations. In China, they all have the vacation at the same time. So they lump it together and there's a big 4-week vacation. And they've got about 3 other, 3-day vacations throughout the year. So they actually get more vacation time than we do in North America, but they all get it at once. They all get it at the same time. So what happens is the factories just shut down for 3 to 4 weeks. There's no workers. Everyone goes home and nothing's happening there. So they're starting up again. And what Colin explained to me, he's our partner at the LRC factory. He explained to me that they started losing people in December. So because of COVID and because of they wanted to make sure that the trains weren't overly packed and that people were getting home earlier, people were leaving in December. So our factory production just slowed right down, and both on the production side and the tooling side, it all slowed right down. Starting in December, which was difficult for us. So we were supposed to get out our first shipment of SW1200s, the American switchers, before Chinese New Year. But by the second week of January, you had 20 workers at the factory. It's usually 70. So it was a real challenge for us this year. So the RS18 and RS18 new RSC24 and the new I said RSC14, excuse me, we're not doing RSC24. And the and the RS11s. That was also suffered by that. So Colin says that the tooling is done, and now that they're getting back to work, we'll be able to get those samples hopefully in the next few weeks. We redesigned these models from the ground up, so it ended up costing us almost the same as it did the first time we did the RS18s and RS11s, because there was a serious design flaw in the RS18s. It was impossible to open them. Jeremy had to do a video. It was one of his first videos on how to open an RS18, and it's this 47-step process to open, and then you got to go back and fix all the stuff that broke. So we've redesigned the tooling where you just take off a couple of screws at each end, and you lift the shell off, just like the B36. Yeah,
we just take off the what was it, 4 or 5 screws. The shell lifts right off. You have full access to
that's the idea.
The mechanical bits.
From a maintenance perspective, it's very important. Whenever we get a warranty model back, these guys, we had to hire Mark in our warranty department because it was taking so long to open these engines and then put them back together. After the repair didn't take long. It was the opening the engines and then putting them back together that took forever. So we've redesigned that. So a lot of people will be happy about that, especially if you get a silent model because you want to add sound later on as your budget allows. Well, now you'll be able to do that very easily. You'll just be able to open up the screws and lift up the shell. So that's why it's taking a little longer, because we are retooling just about everything. But yeah, we will have samples in the next few weeks of these guys, and I think we'll probably close the order deadline for those as well. May, June, something like that. We have to look at our schedule.
And this is a must-have engine if you're modeling CP anytime from 1980 right through to 1998. They were kind of everywhere in the East. They ran
ubiquitous.
They were very ubiquitous.
In the States too. They're very common.
Yeah. A lot of them were assigned to the like out towards Maine, all of CP lines down that way. And even on the D&H, they would go down on the D&H quite frequently. And of course, they went other places afterwards. So New Brunswick East Coast, we've got those coming. We've got the Ontario Southland units, Ottawa Central, and we've got Minnesota Commercial, Bath and Hammondsport. We've got a couple of U.S. roads, and of course, the trillium units we're doing for Otter as well. Is 1859 and 1842.
So one thing that we had a lot of help for these projects, like the RSC 14, we had friends go and actually photograph the trucks that are sitting in New Brunswick, and what I want to encourage everybody, if you've got a stash of blueprints, drawings, you've got, you were making a model once of I don't know, S13 for instance or something like that, and you went and took a ton of photos of it, please get in touch. Because that kind of stuff is really, really helpful for us, and we appreciate it. And we also, of course, people who help us out with our designs generally end up with one or two free models as a result. And so we really appreciate your help. So a lot of people say, why don't you make this? Why don't you make that? Well, you should make this. But unless we've got research material that is accurate blueprints, it's very hard to do it. I think we do actually have full blueprints for the RSC 24, but I really think that's a good way for us to lose our shirt. As much as I want all 4 units to be somehow relocated to Kingston, Ontario to trundle around my layout, I don't think we'd actually be able to make those. But
we'd have the trucks to start out with.
Where you go. But kudos to a modeler out in New Brunswick. I believe it was New Brunswick, said, I've got these blueprints. Do you want to scan them? I said, you know what? Sure. And then the trucks on those blueprints were very helpful for the RSC 14s. So that's an example where someone reached out and that helped us do the RSC 14 project, even if that may not have been his original intention. So please, if you've got that you're sitting on drawings, definitely get in touch. I mean,
and this can be anything. Like if you have freight car drawings, if you have passenger car drawings that you store away, let us know, because that's really that's more than half the battle in getting a project kind of going, as we found out.
Absolutely. Right now, we are looking high and low for CN, Canadian Car Foundry balloon top coaches from the 30s. If anyone's got drawings of those 1937 balloon tops, we would very much like to hear from you. I don't mind telling people that I need those for my layout. So I guess we just launched a new product line. We haven't got the drawings yet, so I won't say we've quite launched it yet.
If we can find the drawings.
Anyone's got 1937 balloon top drawing, more than just we have the floor plan with all the window measurements. That's cool, but we need some certainly underbody arrangements. So if you happen to have stashed in your attic, a bunch of old CCF drawings, please, we want to hear from you.
One of these days, I also have to go through all our drawings and look for that.
Oh, all we had in our pile of drawings was the floor plan, unfortunately. Yeah. But that would be cool if we could find some of those drawings. Again, that's not a project I expect will make any money, but the Barry train ran them in 1980, and
the Barry Bullet.
I ran them usually with a pair of RS-18s, I might add.
And of course, while we're on the topic of RS-18s, let me just pop up the RSC 14s.
Sure.
Get that in there. There we go. There's the RSC 14s. We got 2 different.
I'm not seeing
versions.
it. Oh, wait. Okay, now I'm seeing it.
Okay, your phone is on delay, maybe.
Sorry.
So we got the RSC 14s. We've got the the Noodle scheme, and we've got Sergeant Stripes. These were pretty much everywhere in the east, especially in the Maritimes, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island, New Brunswick in the 70s.
PEI? Are you serious? I thought PEI is just a bunch of 70-tonners.
No, not in the later years. There's still one there. One of the last.
Really?
There's two left, and one of them is. I can't remember the town it's in, but they were assigned to PEI until the end of operations there.
Cool. Very nice. I have to say, the stripe scheme on CN locomotives is like the best paint scheme in the history of paint schemes, I have to say. In terms of freight engines, absolutely. I love it.
Second place to the multi-mark. We'll both agree.
Multi-mark it's a bit pointless. It has a point, but it's
It's not pointless. And those are fighting words, by the way.
I'm gonna go with stripes any day. The black with the noodle I find.
And hang on a minute. When we were looking at your layout, there was more than one multi-mark item sitting in Brockville. So
that's true. I do like the looks of the multi-mark on the freight cars. And Brockville is gonna have. I've got Charles Gender made me an S2 that I have to add DCC and sound to. Mm-hmm. He customized it for CP.
Nice.
And that'll be nice on the layout. But I've got right now. Dan is weathering up some CP SW1200 RSs. I can run those in Brockville too.
We should do some more CP freight cars.
Yes, we should. In fact, we are doing more CP freight cars. We just haven't announced them yet.
No, but we when are we doing that? I'm not going to say what it is. But.
The design is done for the CP one, but I think Dan wants to finish the design of another related car. Mm-hmm. And so, like, the designs from China are done for the car that we're announcing. Yep. So I think that he can probably get the designs done in the next, I don't know, month or two, so we can announce it before the summer.
Sounds like a plan.
We're now aiming to do. I think people will notice that Rapido went from doing one freight car every 5 years to doing a whole lot of freight cars. And I
think we announced 10 freight cars last year, and
probably. Our goal is to deliver 12 a year. That's our goal.
Yeah.
And hopefully we get there this year. Maybe we'll end up delivering 8 or 10 this year, but our really goal is like every month a new freight car. That's what I'd like to be able to do. Mm-hmm. Every month a new freight car.
And then a couple of years we'll have a huge catalog of stuff that we can just keep going back to.
That's the challenge. I don't think that. How much time do you? I can't see them with the clock. How much time?
We got 20 minutes.
Okay. That's the real. Just give me like a warning so we don't get cut off. That's a challenge that we have, is that model railroading has huge capital costs. And those capital costs are the tooling, which is the steel molds that we make in China to make the models, whether it's a freight car or a passenger car or locomotive. You're going to have lots of steel molds. Our more complex locomotives can have as many as 18 or 20 steel molds, and each steel mold can cost anywhere from 10 grand to 20 grand. It's very, very expensive. So the more often that you can run them and make a new production run, then that way you're amortizing the cost of that mold over far more models than if you just had a sort of a one and done deal, like with our New Haven EP5, right? Like it's a one and done. We got to make our money back on one run, and that's one of the reasons why the unit cost is quite a bit higher. It's because it's a one and done model. We will not be able to get a second run out of those molds for probably 6, 7 or more years. Mm-hmm. If you think about it, it has been 6 years since our FPA4 release, right? And I think that we can probably do FPA4s again soon, but what Dan Garcia's gut is still it's too soon. So one of the reasons that we've been investing so much to tool up so many different new freight cars and so many different new models is that even if we have to wait 3 years from run to run, we've got enough models filling up the space that we can that we don't sort of sit there saying, okay, we have nothing to make now, we've run out of money, right? So it allows us to rerun those models further apart. You don't have to do 2 runs in rapid succession. When I don't know if you remember this, but when Rapido first started, it was just me and Dan, and we brought out the e-sleeper and the coach. The first thing we did was make another run of e-sleepers and coaches because we only had one product and we were burning through money. So we had to make more of the same product, right? And then we were doing cafe bar lounge cars and 10.5 base series sleepers. And then we said, okay, and some more e-sleepers and coaches, because that's all we have. We have 4 products, right?
It's like back in 2016 when I just after I started, and Dan and I were working on Edmonton because We had slow summer.
Nothing to do. You guys had nothing to do all summer. We had no shipments.
We had no shipments for like 3 months. So Dan and I would spend like 2 days a week in Orangeville cutting out steam lines from the underside of Edmonton in a rainstorm. So,
but I miss those days. Chris needs help. Jordan, I think you got to go help Chris at TMC.
I told Chris a couple of times. He's been pretty busy himself. So actually, that's something we need to talk about. The Via Rail Historical Association.
Sure.
Yeah. So we've actually shared that on Facebook and Instagram over the last couple of days. So that's up and running. You want to give them a rundown of what it is?
Yeah, the Via Historical Association, the VHA, is something I mentioned in some talks I was giving, like as long as a couple of years ago, that we were putting. It was in the works. Rapido never bought equipment because we wanted to have a flashy private car fleet, because that wasn't the goal. The reason that we bought full-size equipment is to restore them and to restore a selection of Via equipment over time, Via's history, I should say. And we finally.
Here's the website here, by the way.
Sure, we finally registered as a federal charity as of 2020, and now we have a charitable number. So if you want to give a donation, you do get a tax receipt through Canada Helps. And so Via's fleet comprises 6133 and Edmundston were the first two models, the rail trains we bought. Edmundston was always planned. 6133 was done in a rush because it was going to be scrapped. And then recently, Via was going to dispose of the remaining RDCs at Toronto Maintenance Center. So we purchased 6215, which is the one that we actually got operating back in 2017 or 2017, I think, to record the sounds. So it was a working RDC. Of course, because it was operating, whenever they needed parts for the White River run, they took parts off of 6215. So when we decided to fire it up again, a whole bunch of transmission fluid ended up in a bucket because it was missing a part for the transmission. But anyway, so 6215 and 6133, and we actually have three other RDCs, which are tool cars. One of them is 6110, the 1949 prototype. Those we're using as tool cars, which eventually, should we have more permanent space, we want to donate those or trade them to other organizations because we have no need of those three RDCs. But right now, they're just being used for tools and storage, workshop and storage. And so we're taking donations for the restoration of the equipment. Currently, the equipment is still officially under the Rapido name, but I have to talk to my accountant and figure out exactly how to transfer the equipment to VHA, because it'll obviously be a donation from Rapido to VHA, so we have to figure out how to do that. So that we'll be transferring those to VHA soon. The goal of VHA is we're not creating a static museum. The goal of VHA is to work with Via Rail and the various management teams at Via Rail to establish a permanent historical collection. And the idea is that the equipment will be maintained to current Transport Canada standards. So Edmundston is well on its way to a full head and power upgrade. 6133 has been upgraded. A lot of that was done before we got it, to be honest. And the goal is that we can use the equipment for special events to celebrate Via's history. So you could have it for like Via's 50th anniversary is our really big target, which is coming up in 2028. And by then, we would like to be able to have Via take our equipment to different places across Canada celebrating their 50th anniversary. So they would have an open house in Saskatoon. They would have an open house in Vancouver. They have an open house in Jasper, wherever. And they would bring the equipment, and the public would be able to tour the equipment, which would be filled with historic artifacts in a baggage car, that sort of thing. And get a feel for the history of Via. And ideally, which would be wonderful, but there's a lot of hoops we have to jump through, is that Via could offer some special excursions on the historic equipment, where they'd actually run the historic equipment for a special, we used to have 40 years ago when they ran 6060 or 6218, and you would have photo run-bys where you'd do a run from Toronto Niagara Falls, and at one point everyone would get off and we'd have a photo run by of the train and everyone could take pictures. That's really what I see as being the ideal situation. The best case scenario is that we can have that sort of situation with Via. We have a number of people at Via who are very much in support of us, but as of yet, we don't have any official word of support from VIA. So that's something that we're aiming to get over the next year or two.
And of course, go over to Facebook. You can follow the VIA Historical Association on there. Sign up, and there will be updates as things progress.
What we need really is volunteers, volunteers who can help us with the social media, who can help us with the emails, who can help us, in terms of working on the equipment. With COVID right now, that's very difficult to have people come work on the equipment. So Chris is working on it with a friend of his, Brian, who's on site anyways at VIA, so they're able to do it because they're at VIA. But later on, we could probably have some people volunteer to help on the equipment. They have to be checked out because obviously it's not our property, it's VIA's property. They have to be full safety considerations and liability considerations. We have to make sure all that's in place. But certainly volunteering to help run the organization, that's what we could really use. So people are encouraged to reach out to us. Because we're just 5 volunteers, it'll take a while for us to get back to you. But please reach out to us.
Yeah, and make sure you send it to the Historical Association itself. Don't
to Rapido.
Don't send it to Rapido, because then we'll just forward you on to the association.
VIAhistory.ca. That's where you'll find a history of our equipment.
Yeah.
And people have asked us, what are the plans for LRC 6917, which Rapido was very instrumental in saving back in 2010. And obviously that belongs to Toronto Historical Association, but we have a very good relationship with them, so I'm sure there'll be some sort of cooperation on 6917 going forward.
All right. Do we want to maybe answer some questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I'm not sure if Chris has some questions for us there. Maybe. There we go.
Hey guys, that was awesome.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much for all the information that you guys are giving. But I totally agree. The zebra stripes, best CN scheme. I'm right there with you.
Thank you. Anyway,
the
George,
layout is amazing as well. I know a lot of people are following on Instagram.
If you look at my layout, room, there's all sorts of strange paint schemes here. Like there's Amtrak over there, and there's.
Where are my -7s, by the way?
I think they're up here in the staging yard, aren't they? Do you see them? Do you see their roofs? No, hang on. Yeah, no. Those are VIA units. They were parked in Kingston. Oh, they're still in Kingston. There. Where you parked them before COVID.
That was a year ago. I'm going to be running TOFC trains.
So
LSP stuff.
My layout is also known as Jordan's Club. So he comes to his club to run trains. And we had the Horizons running here, and
But I haven't actually been there in 11 months.
Right. Well, let's see how things go. Hopefully, Jordan, you can bubble with my family.
All right.
So I think one of the big things that a lot of people are wondering right now are the delivery schedule. As far as the buses, which you guys covered. There's the theme, the D10 D10 as well.
I can go over all that. Okay. D10, we've shown samples, a sample that was sent to Bill. Bill did a bunch of testing on the sample. Then he's now sent it to Dan. Obviously, Bill's in Connecticut. Dan's in Toronto. Toronto. And so Dan is now painting up that D10 sample and adding sound to it. And then we can do a D10 video. And then we can close the order book on the D10. So the D10 order book will be closed sometime in the spring. But we have to show it off first. So that's where the D10 is. We can't start production until people ask, when's that being delivered? Well, you may have ordered it, but a lot of people haven't yet, right? So you have to wait till we close the order book, and the D10 order book is still open. In production right now, there's a lot of things. There's the D10. That's the sample at Bill's place.
Actually, it's here.
Well, now it's here.
Dan's working on painting it up right now.
Yeah. So, and it runs barefoot and it pulls like a gazillion cars. We were amazed. Bill just kept putting freight cars on it and it just kept pulling them with no effort. So this is going to be perfect for, the prototype was a very high torque, low speed engine. This will be perfect for ours. But anyway, so in production right now, the N scale Canadian will be arrived. We just delivered the M420s. The US FL9s are in the warehouse, being delivered this week. The N scale Canadians will be arriving, please God, by the end of March. And then we've got our first US SW 1200 shipment. That's leaving the factory in March as well. We'll be here in April. Our second SW 1200 shipment is probably leaving by the end of April. Hopefully, it's very, very low. It's our largest locomotive production run we've ever done. So it's taken a lot of time to make. The buses will come as soon as they're ready to go. So I imagine they'll be done sometime in March or April. And then they're not going by air because they're not high enough value. They'll go by
I need my Go fish bowls. I used to ride them to school.
I'm modeling Pickering Station, dude. I really need those Go fish bowls. Pickering Station is like right behind me. Currently has a track cleaning car on it. Right.
And a derailed F unit.
And what?
And a derailed F unit.
Oh yeah, the Isaac plays with that. That's the Grey Ghost scheme that we did with the beige shell. Remember that one? Yeah. So it's a parts donor.
Pre-weathered.
Pre-weathered. There you go. That was like in 2012 or 2013. I don't remember that. That's a long time ago. Anyway, so yeah, where was I? And we've got the US F-40s are in production now. The Procore tank cars are in production now. We expect those will arrive it'll be in the spring. The N-scale VIA F-40s are in production now.
Don't forget the meat reefers. The meat reefers are due in May.
The meat reefers were supposed to be done like 4 months ago. First, they informed us we found an injection problem after we'd made all the shells, so we had to scrap them and do them again. And then they just got the same problem before Chinese New Year that I was just describing, that there were no workers at the factory. So they were supposed to leave in January, and they haven't left yet. So I imagine they'll leave sometime in March. So yeah, that's coming along. Ask me a model, and I'll tell you when it's coming.
We might have some surprises. We might have some surprises coming in the spring.
Yeah, the Angus bands. Those Angus bands are in production stage now, but they're going to be a while. I don't think we're going to get them before the summer, to be frank. So it's going to be a while. The steam Jennies are coming after the Angus. No, the steam Jennies are coming first. Sorry, the steam Jennies are coming first. They're coming early summer. The Angus bands will be late summer. So yeah, the Angus vans and the steam Jennies are being made at a different factory. So we have two factories that we mainly work with, which is the Rapido factory and the LRC factory. And we work with our old factory, which is in another part of the province. And that's where you see now these old products that we hadn't brought out for a long time, like the Angus van, the steam Jenny, the Manor Sleeper, the baggage car for the Canadian. They're now being done with the old factory, and they're refurbishing the molds so that we can use them. But they only bring out like about 4 models a year, so it comes a little slower on those products. But we've actually found that because we've grown, like I just said, the SW1200 is our biggest locomotive production run ever. The only production run that's been bigger was our first run of RDCs, but it is a huge production run. And so production's taking a lot longer because our factories just can't magically expand because it's hard to get workers. There's a labor shortage. So we've actually opened up a new factory, a third Rapido factory. It is called, wait for it, the MLW factory. Okay. And
I wonder who named that
no one in China knows it. They think it means the Model Locomotive Works factory. But it's obviously named after Montreal Locomotive Works. So the MLW factory, their first production starts. They're opening now. Their first model is the Pennsylvania Railroad X31A boxcar, and we're going to be moving a lot of the B100 is going to be made over there. This is an SP boxcar. We have
another factory opening for a super secret project.
Yes, that's not our factory. It's another factory we were using for a project we're announcing.
I get to name that factory though.
Okay, well, but it's got a name.
I know.
The MLW factory didn't have a name. Like,
anyway,
you know what they're? If you actually look at the Chinese names of these factories, it's like Yao Yao District Industry Park Metal Scientific Model Factory Limited, right? And so that's why we give them names like Colin. Can we just call that LRC? Sure.
Jason, we got about 90 seconds. So.
Oh, we're done. Okay. Well, it's been wonderful.
Question first, or do we have time for that?
I don't think we have time. We have time.
We answered one question.
I mean, there was a question about turbos, if we're getting any more turbos, but I know you guys can't really tell us or not. Fingers crossed. I mean, every time you say there's an announcement, I'm always like, well, it's going to be a turbo, but I'm holding out for it. I'm holding out for it.
let's put it this way. I had 2 turbos of my own, and I couldn't even get one of them to run with all the work I spent on it. And my friend Thomas spent like 2 weeks on it. We can't get it to run. So a new run of the turbos is very, very much required. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Thank
Until
you.
the turbo liners are doing it, though.
Yeah, turbo liners first.
Yeah.
Oh, I think that's
I have to tell
it's
you,
been a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
I appreciate you guys doing this. I can't say enough good things about the both of you, and Rapido and your products. Amazing.
And
Keep
Jordan's
up
not
the
my
great work.
son. Jordan is not my son. Okay, he's only 8 years younger than I am. I just look like his father.
I still like that one comment we got.
I was talking to your dad over there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
All right,
Thank
guys.
you for having us on the show.
All right. Thanks for having us.
All right.
Okay.
Anytime. You guys have a good one.
Bye.
Later.
That was Rapido Trains. Again, awesome guys. Thanks again for doing that. Next up, we're going all the way out to Brantford, Ontario. We've got the Brantford Model Railroad Club. Let's go see what's going on there.
Oh, hello everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
All right, great stuff. Welcome to the Brantford Club. We are the 3rd oldest railroad club in Canada. And you're here today so I can run some trains for you. This is my partner in crime, Wade. He's going to be running trains for us. Okay, while we wait for the station stop here, I'll just give you a little tour of the town scene. This is probably my most favorite scene on our layout. We'll start at this end. Now, these are working traffic lights. They're just, of course, not working today, of course. Uh-oh.
All right, I hope everybody is enjoying the show so far. And yeah, we had just had Brantford Model Railroad Club. Big shout out to Chris over at the Brantford Club. Thank you for doing that for us. Thank you for running some trains. The layout looks awesome. If you guys haven't had a chance to go to the Brantford Club and check it out, I would definitely suggest reaching out to them.
Well, thanks for letting us be a part of this. Is there anything anyone wants to see up close before we head out for the day?
We'll do one more pass through.
Yes, when Chris reached out, I couldn't say no. It's a great opportunity, and $10 is $10, eh?
That's a great looking layout. I've been there in person with you, and honestly, like just the layout in general is just it's awesome just to walk around and look at all the little scenes and whatnot. Everything runs really well. And of course, you've got a lot of really nice rolling stock and locomotives that you guys run right through there, and the station, all the little details.
It was a big group effort over many, many years. If anyone's interested, we do operate a Facebook page, and we also have a website as well, and we have some really early photos of what the club looked like then, back from, I think, the 50s and 60s. So if anyone's interested, definitely check that out.
All right. Thanks again, Chris. Thank you for joining us and doing that for us today. Everybody, you're watching Virtual Trains Canada. Up next, our next presenter is definitely no stranger to taking his work home with him. He's a fellow YouTuber, and he works for CSX Railway. Today, he's going to be giving a clinic on incorporating the real railroad in with your model railroad. Joining us today is DJ from DjsTrains.
Hey, can you see me okay?
Yep, I hear it.
Right. I am here live. I'm not a cat. So let's see real quick. Okay. So I see Chris got a haircut.
Yep. You know, it's a special occasion when I get a haircut.
Yeah, welcome to my TED Talk, I guess. This is going to spend some time talking to everybody out there a little bit about my story and how it incorporates into model railroading. So, you ready, Chris?
Ready when you are.
All right. So, as an engineer for CSX since 1999, I hit a car while doing 45 miles an hour. I've nearly hit an Amish guy when his horse froze on the tracks. I had my engine window shot out. I've had my engine catch on fire while driving through a tunnel. And I've been involved with about 4 derailments, none of them my fault. But nothing's been more stressful. Nothing's been more stressful in the past 22 years than trying to come up with a track plan for my N-scale layout. So I know you can understand that. My name is DJ. Some of you may know me from my YouTube channel, DjsTrains, where I teach about how the railroad works and how to model it. My career with the railroad started, I was a conductor, and then a year later, I got promoted to an engineer. I've traveled on over 700 miles of track in the United States between Maryland, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. I understand more now about how the railroad works than whenever, before I hired out. And so with this, I wanted to teach you some ideas and show you how to maybe operate your layout just a little bit more prototypically. Like all of you, my fascination with model trains and with trains started when I was real little. Even my first birthday cake was the shape of a train. I even discovered trains before I discovered girls, but I still like girls better. It wasn't inherent. Like my dad, he liked model airplanes. I didn't have any friends that were real fans. And remember, I grew up before the internet, so there really wasn't that much knowledge. When I was a little kid, I was the little kid that always made my mom stop the car so I could see the trains. And when I was little, we'd go over to my cousin's house outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And I would sit on my cousin's shoulders on this hill, and we would overlook the Chessie tracks and the Conrail tracks. And I would just wave to the trains. That was me as a little kid. When I got older, I used to ride my bike to the Union Railroad, which is a local railroad, every day after school. And they always had the 5 engines pulling the coal train up the hill. And I used to wave to all 5 engines, thinking that there was an engineer in each engine. You just didn't know. Now I know, that that's really not how it works. I know now that, well, up until recently, you can have 12 engines, at least with CSX, you can have 12 engines pulling a train, or if you're just engines alone, you can have 15. Right? They keep changing these rules. They can face, literally any direction. It doesn't matter if one's facing one way, one's facing the other way. There's a cable that goes through, and they all work on the same page. You'll see, all these engines, and you're thinking, wow, they must really need all that power. The truth is, the only ones really that are running are the ones that are being used for power. All the rest, they're just going along for the ride. They might get dropped off at a yard somewhere else, or if there's going to be like a hill coming up, we may turn them to run just to, for that. There's really no difference when you see, a railroad of a different company. They're pretty much all the same. And that's where a lot of people think, oh, what's so different? The only real difference is a lot of the Canadian National and Canadian Pacific engines, they have French as the main language in some of the controls. And then some of the Kansas City Southern engines have Spanish. So you kind of need like the Rosetta Stone if you got kind of both of them there. So that's really the only difference between the two of them. And people say, well, why do they leave them on? Is, say, for example, we got a train coming in from out west and it has BNSF power. It's just easier for the company to leave the BNSF power on, even though it's running over CSX. We run them the same. The Power Bureau is the one that keeps track of how many hours or miles or the cost involved. And then sometimes we lend them back. So, you may see CSX engines on a Norfolk Southern train. So that's how that all works. The first time I was ever on an engine, so I'm brand new, I don't know anything. It was an engine like this on the local, and I had a real nice, quiet, old head engineer. And I get on the engine, and the first thing you see on one of those engines is this silver box. It looks like a silver briefcase. And I asked him what it was, and he said, well, it's a sitz bath. And I'm like, a what? He said, a sitz bath. I'm still not registering what he's saying. He said, open it up. And when you open it up, it's like a little basin. And he said, did you bring a bag of ice? And we always bring a bag of ice with us. And I said, yeah. And he said, well, sometimes we sit at these signals so long that you get hemorrhoids. And so what we do is you fill it up with ice, and then, you can sit on and cool your hemorrhoids off. And I said, but it's facing the window. And he said, well, the unions bugged the company. They wanted these. And the company says, well, we put them wherever we want. So I go home and I tell my fiance all about this. And the next day I come into a crowded yard office, and I'm talking to the other new hires about this. I'm telling them, and the room just gets quiet. And finally, an old head came up to me and goes, who told you that? And I said, Bert. And I'm like, it's a sink to wash your hands, And I said, well, it was a good thing I didn't use it, because so they play practical jokes on you from the first day. Yes, you will. If you're short, you may see a sign on your engine saying you must be this tall to ride this ride, or there may be phone books on your seat before you get on the engine. So, there is some funny stuff that happens. So in my career, I've worked in at least a dozen yards. The biggest being Cumberland, Maryland, Willard, Ohio, and Cleveland, Ohio. And I can tell you, yards is what most modelers get wrong. For instance, the first thing to look at is the terrain is flat. There might be a slight bowl. Sometimes you'll hear them call it like a bowl yard, and that's to keep the cars from running away. There's no roadbed. There's no elevated roadbed in the yard. So if you're using Kato Unitrack, which I like, you'll have to use like Sculptamold or something to level that out. And the reason why yards are flat, there's no elevation there, is because conductors and car inspectors, they walk a lot of miles inspecting cars. And so they don't want to be walking up and over all the time. So it's going to be flat. Also, there's two types of ballast. You have what's known as, we call it the road ballast, which is like the bigger rocks. But in the yards, we call it walking ballast. And so, that's when you want to go from like medium to fine ballast whenever you're ballasting your tracks in the yard. Also, it's mostly dirt. There's poor walking conditions. It's going to be sand and coal and scrap. Anything that may have fell out of a car is also going to be in the yard. So get your yards dirty. Another thing that I see that drives me crazy is in yards, first of all, the tracks are closer together than you think. In a lot of areas, we can't even ride the side of a car because the clearance is so tight. They've even taken tracks out over the years just to give us more room between tracks for walking. So yeah, you want to have your yard tracks closer together. Another thing that I see, because I watch a lot of the YouTube and I see a lot of layouts, and I see cars scattered throughout the yard, and that drives us nuts. Okay, and the reason why is you got to remember what yards are used for. They're not for storage. They're for organizing a cut of cars for the local or for the road trains to pick up. That's what the yards do. Get it all organized. Then the road train comes by. They want to just grab. We just want to grab and go. And so before cars can go onto the main line, you have to have the train car's air brake system fully charged. There are the air lines that go through all the cars, and there is going to be in the yard an air compressor and what we call ground line or ground air. And it provides like 80 pounds of pressure, and we connect it onto the cars and we keep the cars charged. Now you're going to find a compressor and you're going to find these air hoses all at the clearance point. Now the clearance point, this is what's really important, is you don't want your tracks, if your tracks are together, you don't want the cars sticking so far out that if a car goes into the next track, it hits. So back in the day when I hired out, we used to have this thing where we would stand on the rail and you'd extend your arm. And if you could touch the next car, you're too close. Now they move it like we stand on the tie now. And if you could touch the car, you're too close. But then they even went one further, and to mark the clearance points, they use yellow paint, and we just paint one tie, and that's our clearance point. And that's a real quick, easy modeling tip that I'd like to teach you guys. Especially if you're modeling modern times, paint your clearance point just with some yellow paint, one tie. So that's where you want to spot your cars, is at the clearance point. That's where your ground line is going to be. And you can make that just ground line just with some wire or string. So another story about working the yards is, so I was brand new, and I'm working with the most miserable two old heads you could possibly work with. Okay, and it's a long, brutal day. You just want to go home. And the last move of the day is we had to grab a car. I was still a conductor at this time. We had to grab a car from the west end, pull it like quarter mile down to the east end of the yard, and then just simply put it on the next track over with some cars. So we're pulling this car quarter mile through, and the skies open up, and it just starts pouring down rain. And I'm like, oh man, I just want to get done. And also I'm new, I'm young. I'm going to impress these old heads. Okay. So I'm going to kick the car into the next track. And kicking. Okay. So here's what we do. I pull the car onto the ladder, and then you close the angle cock between the engine and the car, and then you go over and you dump the air out of the car, which applies the emergency, the braking system to it. But then you pull the bleed valve and it gets rid of the braking system. So now that car rolls freely and it just rolls smoothly. And so I stand on the front, like this. I stand on, we'll say the back. I stand on the engine and I tell the engineer, kick. And so he gives it just enough throttle to get about 6 miles per hour. And I pull that cut lever and I say, stop. And that car disconnects and it just rolls perfectly. Remember, it's pouring down rain and I'm all proud of myself. And then I realized I forgot to line the track to where I wanted it to go. And I just sent that car sailing a quarter mile back to where I got it from. And you just hear on the radio, the engineer saying, go home, kid. And, I felt this big. And the lesson I learned is take your time, read all your instructions. I know sometimes you're in a hurry. In fact, I used to call myself the impatient modeler. That was going to be my original name, is the impatient modeler. So yeah, read all the instructions, take your time, whether you're building a big kit or doing something. That's a key thing in the hobby. I want to talk about main lines. Okay. Now, I remember one morning I was going east and the sun was just coming up, and it was actually like pink and orange, and we're right along the river. We're always along the river. And the river was so low that you could there was a family of deer walking across the river. And it was just like one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. And it was just so serene and quiet. And I almost woke up my conductor so he could see it too. And I thought, nah, I'm just going to let him sleep. I'm just going to enjoy this one myself. But I talk about this because we are always along the river. I'm going to say 90% of our route is parallel to a river. But rivers is the one thing that I don't see hardly modeled on people's layouts. And I know rivers can take up a lot of space, especially if you run them at like a 90-degree angle. I understand that with Long Bridge. So here's what I always suggest is, we have a tendency to put the tracks too close to the edge of the layout, and we're notorious for bumping it with the bellies. And I've put cars on the floor. So move your tracks back just a few inches and model the riverbank. All you need is like 2 inches. And that way, when people come in and they see your layout and they see the tracks, yeah, they are kind of close to the front, but they're parallel to a river. So now it makes sense. Now it makes sense why that track is there. It followed, the river, the whole way up. And it also can protect your cars from landing on the ground. I've traveled so many different places, and we see a lot of history on our line, especially a lot of we see chimneys from factories that I don't even know if those were there, but they're still there. We see a lot of concrete. Now it's the concrete remains from old signal towers or from just signals. And the reason why we see that is because when a railroad, they would tear down a station or something, but they could reclaim the metal and the wood. Makes sense. But there's no money in recycling concrete, so the railroads will leave it. And so modeling concrete is one of the coolest things that you can do because it adds history to your layout. It's like my layout now, I'm modeling just a slab of concrete that makes people wonder what building used to be there back in the day. And concrete piers, we still see them even though the bridges have been long gone. Another thing I don't see a lot of is graffiti, especially if you're modeling modern. I don't see a lot of graffiti, and that's something that can be done with decals or by hand. Personally, I'm not really good at doing it by hand. So if you go out, and you'll see sometimes where the neighborhood or the police will paint over graffiti with a beige or white or gray paint. And it's just to cover up the graffiti, and it doesn't last long before it gets tagged again. But if you don't want to do the graffiti, just paint where the police or the neighborhood painted over it. Just these are cool little modeling projects that people don't talk about and I don't see advertised as something to do. As pretty and scenic as the rivers are, the opposite can be said for some other places I traveled. Okay, so going out to Cleveland back in the day, we would pass through these towns, and it is just white picket fence. Everyone has a pole and a barbecue, and they're all waving to you. And it's like, wow, this is like utopia. And then you cut through Parma, where the auto plants are, and it's very industrial. And then you go on this long stretch, and it's the ghettos. And when I say ghettos, I'm talking garbage cans on fire in the middle of the street. And so it's like, how would you model something like that? Because the transition would just take too long. And that's where, if you watch my videos, I love using what's known as scenic dividers. It's just where you use the hardboard. And on one scene, you can do your suburbia. And then it just passes, you cut a hole and disguise the hole, and it passes through, and then the next scene is your urban scene. It's kind of like if you watch the old Westerns where the sheriff gets on his horse and he rides out of town one way, and then it just cuts to him entering the next town. And because you don't need to see the hours of him on horse. That's the transition, and that's what scenic dividers are perfect for. So, like I actually did a video called, how to model a tunnel the smart way, and I used the scenic divider for that. I just modeled the portals of the tunnels, and instead of making this whole long tunnel. Speaking of tunnels, tunnels aren't your friends. Tunnels in the real world, like railroads, hate them. In fact, when I would go from Connellsville to Cumberland, we had all these tunnels, but then we got those double stack trains. So they took the top, no joke, they took the top of the mountains off. I'm talking moved billions of tons of dirt and daylighted a majority of the tunnels so they could run the double stacks through. And that's something I haven't seen modeled. So that's a challenge for you to model something like that. Because tunnels, whether it's in the real world or on your layout, that's where you're going to have your derailments, and nothing is good. Everything bad is worse when it's in a tunnel. So, and I look back, a friend of mine, we have this running joke where it's not like 100 years ago that surveyors, were mapping out where are we going to put the railroad. Okay. And it's like, they got all this, flat land, like plywood flat land. And they're like, let's just dig a hole through that big random hill over here, and let's just go that way. Like, I mean, it's the truth. Railroads will do everything to avoid making a tunnel. So speaking of tunnels, people know my story. If you haven't heard this, I was going west towards the city of Pittsburgh, and big mixed freight train. And the signal before the tunnel was yellow, or approach. And that warns me that the next signal can be red. And it's on the outside of the tunnel. So I'm creeping into the tunnel, and I'm doing like 5 miles per hour. And it's on a curve. It's about a quarter mile long. It's on a curve. And I see orange. And I'm thinking, what is orange? And then I look, and it's my side view mirror. Different engine though. My fuel tank had caught on fire. And so we had 3,200 gallons of diesel fuel creating this fire that just ripped around the cab, or around the body of the engine. And I said to my conductor, I said, we're blanking on fire. And except I didn't say blank, it was a PG show. So he gets the fire extinguisher, and I just say, God, get us out of this tunnel. And I just start pulling on the throttle. And as soon as I got the engines out, I put all the brakes on. We grabbed our bags and just took off and called the fire department. And I'll never forget when we helped the fire department get to it. The fire chief came up and he said, "Which one of you is the engineer?" And I was like, "Me." And he actually shook my hand. He said, "Hey, thank you, because if that would have stayed in the tunnel, we would have never been able to put this fire out." So yeah, tunnels aren't your friends. a little bit about operations. Like for us to occupy a main track, we need one of two things. You either need a signal or you need permission. Now, our signal system, it's way too complex for me to even talk about. And my boss really doesn't want me explaining the signal system to the general public. So that's why I don't cover it in videos. But what a signal does, it tells us about the block ahead and how fast they want us to be in that block. Because we have three speeds. We have slow, which is 15 miles per hour, medium, which is 30 miles per hour, and limited, which is 45 miles per hour. And so it tells us how fast to go in there. Our freight trains, 60 is basically a freight train's top speed in our area. Amtrak runs 79. But we go under the track speed. And when I'm on YouTube or at train shows and I see people's trains running full speed the whole time, that's kind of cringy because it's not like that in the real world. The truth is, yes, our track speed we'll just say is good for 50 mile an hour. Okay. But we have areas where there are permanent speed restrictions, and that could be, a 30, usually on a tight curve, or going over certain bridges, or in tunnels, or populated areas that the speed will be slower. And so when you're designing your layout, keep that in mind, that you're not going to be doing full speed on the straightaways and full speeds on your curves. So on our engines, we have an odometer. We know how long our train is. When we are in a 30 mile an hour slow order, or permanent speed restriction, I'll say, we have to make sure that the last car is clear of that before we can kick it up to 50. Now we have temporary speed restrictions, and temporary is whenever the guys are working on the tracks and they say, hey, it's going to be 10, from this milepost to this milepost. And a good way to model that, and I've covered this in one of my videos, is just take a toothpick and paint it yellow, and we'll actually do two of them. And so you put them in certain areas, and the train has to go slow for the whole train length from there to there. It's just something fun for operations. Speaking of temporary slow orders, when I was training to be an engineer, I was working with this old head Lenny, and he was former Pittsburgh and Lake Erie, and probably one of the best engineers you'll ever meet. Now, the Pittsburgh and Lake Erie, they didn't have what was known as dynamic braking, and dynamic braking is the ability for the engine to kind of, I'll just say, slow down the wheels of the engine without affecting, the car brakes. And they didn't have those on those old Pittsburgh and Lake Erie engines. So they had to use the airline and the air braking system of the cars. We called it stretch braking. And Lenny was the best. And so I'm on a 50 mile an hour coal train. And, we're coming through Ohio. I'm running. And I look at my paperwork and it says there is a temporary 25 mile an hour speed restriction coming up in 2 miles. And I said, hey, Lenny, should I start slowing down? He's like, keep pulling. So I'm going to, get a little nervous. And I said, can I, put some air on it? And he says, sit on your hands. And I said, what? And he said, sit on your hands. And I was like, oh, man, he actually made me sit on my hands. It's a true story. And he said, when we get up to that overhead bridge down there, just put minimum on. And I'm thinking, minimum? That's only like 5 to 8 pounds of brake. And I'm a big 18,000 ton coal train, and this is, like less than 2 miles away. And I was like, minimum. And I mean, he just gave me that look, and I'm like, okay, I'm listening to Lenny. And so we got to the overhead bridge, and I put, the minimum service on. And I'm just looking at that yellow board, where the 25, is coming up, and we're getting closer. And we hit it right at 25 miles per hour. And I just looked over at Lenny, and he gave me this, give me that wink, and it's like, oh man, and the moral of that story is you got to learn patience. like I said, you got to learn patience when doing the hobby. You also have to learn from the people that have done this before. And so that's what's great about YouTube is, people are like, I don't know where to start with making a layout or how to do scenery or whatever. Well, there's a lot of great older guys, and veteran modelers on YouTube that you can go to, or go join a model railroad club. And these people will teach you, because, and save you from making the mistakes. And, and just, it's so much better when you have, someone older or more experienced to teach you. Another thing about the railroads that people ask me about is grades. And grades are a problem both with model railroading and with the real railroad. I've ran over the mountain. I have a motto that says nothing good happens on the mountain. It's no joke. It's no joke. So I remember when I was training over that territory, we're coming down the mountain, and I had put, some air on the brakes before, descending, and I got the dynamic braking to slow it down. And I mean, your palms are sweating. I mean, it's no exaggeration. Your palms are sweating, your heart's racing, your butt cheeks are clenched together. It is very puckering. And, you're looking at your speedometer, and I looked over at my engineer and I said, how much air should I put on this? And it's a family show, but he said, how much of your underwear is in your asshole? And I said, all of it. He's like, then put a little bit more air on. So, it's like, railroads would try to avoid grades. Now, Woodland Scenics, they make grades, or the, they have like the elevations, the riser sets, and they come in 2%, 3%, and 4%. Personally, I would never use 3 or 4% unless I'm doing like a logging railroad, because even a 2% riser, like on a curve, you've now just made 4%. So, are you wrapping me up, Chris? I got one last part.
Oh, I wish I had more time to give you. You're an endless dictionary of information there with the railroad. Jeez.
Yeah. But I'll just end it real quick by saying, my best memory of the railroad was when I was training or I was working as a conductor, and we were shoving a car, a caboose, and I'm riding and into the city of Pittsburgh. And when we come out, I looked up and I saw the hill that, as a little kid, I used to sit on my cousin's shoulders and wave to the trains. And it's like my life came full circle. And so, but you don't have to work for the railroad to enjoy modeling what you loved as a kid. And so you want to build a layout, build whatever you started rail fanning as a kid.
I should have one of those clap buttons. Honestly, this is amazing information. Honestly, I couldn't thank you enough for being here today for Virtual Trains Canada. Again, guys, check out DJ on his YouTube page, DjsTrains. Also, he has a website, DjsTrains.com. And you're also on Instagram.
I'm everywhere.
Facebook. Yeah. You'll find them.
I'm friendly.
Yeah, and you, again, a lot of useful information. I really appreciate it, and hopefully we'll see you again. We'll see you again real soon.
Yeah, sounds good. You guys reach out to me if I could help the hobby in any way, shape, or form. And I know Athearn's coming up. I love Athearn, and I'm doing some stuff with them. So thank you for having me on the show, and it was nice getting a chance to tell my story to you guys. All right.
Thanks again.
See you, Chris. Okay.
All right. Thank you, DJ. Again, this is Virtual Trains Canada. Thank you again for everybody who's still sticking around, who's still watching us. Up next, yes, we have Athearn Trains. Another amazing company. They do have a live show every Tuesday on Facebook where they're showing the latest and greatest in HO and N-scale models. But today we have Jim with us here, and we've got Lauren that is also going to join us. Guys, welcome again. Whoop. That disappeared. There we go. Hey, Jim, how are you?
Hey, guys, how are you? Can you hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Hi, Jim. How are you?
I'm doing great, Lauren. How about yourself?
Well, I got a little partner in crime with me today.
Uh-oh, it's Izzy.
It's Izzy. Izzy, you can say hi, Jim.
Hey there.
I'm out from the basement office into the kids' room now, so we're moving around.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Sunday's a great day to do train stuff with the family, right?
Well, it's funny. A year ago today, we had our train show in Ontario called Copetown, and I took Isabel with it, and she actually got the junior NMRA award.
Nice.
She had been working on a model that she had built. She's just 3.5. She was 2.5, 3 last year we went, and she had been working on a model that she had put together and built and submitted, and she got a junior modeler's award.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. That's great to hear. Congratulations.
Izzy, you want to see all the cool stuff that Jim's got? You like Athearn, right? in your pink containers and your new pink Santa Fe unit.
Oh,
She's a big fan. Fun. She's a big fan of the one container. So what do you got? Good stuff from Athearn, Jim. Let's see.
Man, we've got a lot of good stuff. Now, right now, probably coming into stock in your shop here in the next few weeks is check out this beautiful piece of eye candy right here. We've got CP rail in the SD60Ms, and these are due to hit. They'll probably be in your shop in about a week or two, about mid-March or so, and. You know, Lauren, you know, where I grew up in New England, CP rail was a big part of my life. So seeing these monster locomotives like this SD60M and this really cool paint scheme, really cool. We're going to have these available in 3 different road numbers. And, of course, now, unlike before, these are Genesis 2.0. So they've got a few more features than they had before. I don't have any pictures of this particular one with me, but what I'll do is I'll pick this up very carefully, and I'll throw this up to the camera so you guys can see all that goodness.
62, 61, yeah.
Really cool. Of course, you know, the rail fans call these the Triclops. On the previous runs, the window, that center window, wasn't quite right. So we went ahead, we went back, and the guys in product development, they did it up right. The window is now in the correct width, so that's no longer a problem. And you know, this one too has the rotating bearing caps, and you know, you want to make sure that those don't come out. They will if you're too rough with them. This one's a pre-production sample, and just to let you guys know out there, they do come with extra bearing caps. So because you know how it is, we go to train shows, we go to modular shows, things of that nature. Sometimes you might lose one of those parts. So we've included extra ones for you, just in case that does happen. But these are going to be coming in about 2 weeks, and they'll be pretty much ready for your layout. Maybe a little bit of weathering, and I think we've got some of these coming in for review from Ben, who over there at BA Rail System. He's got a great YouTube channel talking about his progress on his Canadian Pacific Railroad. And so he's probably going to be reviewing some of these here pretty soon.
Nice. I know the ones were common in Ontario and Quebec originally were the Sues and the Candy Apple Red. 62, 61, I've shot before in the Beaver. If I remember correctly, you're doing the 62, 61 in the Beaver, and then you're also doing the other 2 numbers in the block letters Saw Beaver, if I remember correctly, Jim.
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah.
And you know, in fact, we can swing right over, and let me grab those on the page so you guys can all see them.
Now, I know the other paint scheme that was super sharp, I know it's not Canadian, but there is many Canadians and North American ones and European guys watching today's stream. The BNSF H2 scheme that is on the SD60M you guys had coming, it's awfully sharp as well from the
it really pictures.
Is. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got the screen up. I'll tell you what I'll do is let me see if I can share my screen so you guys can see that. Let's see here. And we'll go to the Athearn website, and you can see that should do it. All right. Can you all see that okay? Yeah,
Yep,
there we
we can
go.
see
Now,
that.
what I'll do is I'll go ahead and actually select one of these so you guys can see them a little closer. But yeah, these are due, like I said, in the next few weeks. So here's the one that we were looking at, but you were talking about the ones without the logo. Here you go. So this one here, this one is 6260, like you said, and it's just got the standard block lettering. But yeah, really cool. And like you said as well, we are doing these in BNSF Heritage 2, which is the that's still when they had the orange and green. So about 2002 era paint scheme on forward. And then, of course, we're also doing them in the Cascade green and white, or what the rail fans would refer to as the white face. And those were real common. I know out here in Illinois, those were real common for a long time. They've just started to get either sold off or repainted. So really cool locomotive. And it's, kind of an important locomotive in our history. This was the beginning, at least for us down here in the States, to start seeing the wide cabs, what the guys call wide cabs, or the comfort cabs. They weren't real common because, when the SD60s first came out, they had what we would call a Spartan cab. They didn't have this big comfort cab to them. So this was one of the first mainstream EMDs, anyways, that had something that you Canadians were pretty used to. So it's a pretty cool locomotive to rail fan and photograph for sure.
I think with those, Jim, and the EMD built came and first introduced them as an SD60, which is standard Spartan cab. And I mean, the predominant buyers were your Chicago Northwestern, your Sioux Line, Norfolk and Southern, and Conrail. Then they, I want to say either 87 or 88, came out with the Triclops. And then that was purchased by BN, Sioux Line, and I want to say there was another third buyer, but it's falling in my mind. And then later they came out in the early 90s with the SD60i, which was the insulated cab. So
right,
the 60 series is definitely it wasn't as large a production series as you compare the SD70, but it was much larger than the SD50 series, which was a very small production series for electric motor division. And I believe those 60Ms were built out of LaGrange, whereas the later models were built out of the London Diesel Division, or GMD Diesel Division, in London, Ontario.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in 1990, I want to say 1990, Burlington Northern put in a pretty good order for those Triclops. And then, of course, later on, they did subsequent orders for the standard cab 2-window type. So yeah, these were all over the place in Illinois. And you were talking earlier about the SD70Is. Of course, just before the merger, Illinois Central was a customer that bought some of those, and they kind of migrated into the CNIC fleet. We still see those, not as common as they used to be, but we still see them here in Champaign.
The Death Stars, as they call them, the Death Stars.
Yeah, they came factory painted with the black Death Star. So yeah, that was kind of like the last few moments of the IC before they became part of the CN family. But yeah, so most definitely these will be in about we figure about the middle of March or so. It's been highly anticipated. A lot of guys have been asking for this locomotive, and with the updates that we've done to it, getting the cab right, getting the rotating bearing caps, and of course, other things that the Genesis 2.0 fans are used to. Your see-through walkway or steps, and the sound on these is phenomenal. It's cool. When I first moved here to Illinois from New England about 23 years ago, SD60Ms on the BNSF system were still pretty common, and it was kind of cool to compare notes to see everything from my old Kodachromes to some old video of these compared to what we're doing. So yeah, a lot of guys will be ordering these.
So Jim, while we're talking the EMD SD60 series, is there any further update for the Canadian market on the status of the SD70 ACU? Have you guys received back any early test samples from the factory before Chinese New Year? Is there any soon artwork you're going to show with any customers either on Facebook or any of your live Tuesdays? Is there a progress report update on the SD70 ACU?
Sure, yeah. No pre-production samples just yet because of Chinese New Year. But as we start getting things moving again, we're probably going to start seeing some samples probably by this summer. I would guess. We're doing some really cool stuff for that when that comes out. We're hoping that just before those come into stock, which we're still projecting November of this year, you're going to see reviews by a couple of the bigger YouTube channels as far as Norfolk Southern version, and I believe I've got Ben working on the ACU for the Canadian version. So we're gonna be seeing more stuff slowly make its way out as stuff goes on throughout the year.
Very cool. And I think the other one that a lot of Canadian guys were excited on, and I believe it was the December announcement, was the Jeep 7s and Jeep 9s, both in the TH&B and the Canadian Pacific. And last time we talked about this, I remember you were saying, "Oh, I don't know if TH&B will sell well." I was right. It sold a lot, didn't it, Jim?
Yeah, that's right. And that was one that was heavily requested. We started a new, relatively new thing at Athearn. We've got a specific email address where if somebody's like, "Hey, I want this railroad and this locomotive," they can select that email. It's basically product suggestion at Athearn.com. And what that is you're not going to get a reply, but it's basically, hey, if you want to see a CP rail and a certain locomotive that we carry, put that into the suggestion box. And as we go on, as we have our meetings to see what roads are going to get run in the future, we go ahead and select it from that file. And so if your fans out there say, "Man, I really like those TH&B locomotives. I wonder if they would do these in this locomotive, or maybe do that same locomotive in a different paint scheme," they can definitely take advantage of that contact email. And we don't reply to them just because we get so many requests, but we do look at all the requests and say, you know what? We've had enough requests for these TH&Bs. Let's go ahead and do a run. And you know what? We've been really impressed with the customer and fan reaction to those orders. So I know I'm looking forward to seeing them because it's a really cool short line.
Let me get that email again. You said product suggestion at Athearn.com, Jim, was it?
Yeah. In fact, I'll tell you what I'll do is I will share my screen so that you and your fans can see that. Let me go ahead and get there real quick.
And Chris, can you put a banner down on the screen so that way all the people watching can see the email address? If they have suggestions for model, they can see it flash on the bottom of the screen.
So let's see. Let me share my screen, and that way you guys can see it. All right. All right, here we go. And it's kind of towards the bottom here. Can you see that okay?
Yep, I can see that, Jim.
Yep. So if you or your fans are thinking, you know how it is, we're all in our, this morning I lost track of time because I was working on my layout. I'm thinking, man, you know what? They do a really nice GP7. I'd really like to see them do something, let's say, like Boston and Maine Jeep 7s.
I knew you were going to say Boston and Maine. I knew you were going to say that.
Yeah, you knew that was coming, didn't you? So, we get some guys from, let's say, Methuen, Massachusetts or Rutland, Vermont that want those. They go over here and they go to the Athearn product suggestions at Athearn.com. And, yeah, they just let us know what they would like to see. And if we get enough requests to do that specific locomotive, or we have specific requests for different road names, we'll end up doing those locomotives or freight cars in the future. So it's just a great way for us to get all that, because if you've seen like our Train Tuesday, we get a lot of comments, we get a lot of suggestions, and it's great to hear back from the fans. But the best way for us to actually collate all of those suggestions is to use that email address right there.
I tip my hat to you and Yannick. I see some of those Train Tuesdays. They can be in excess of 700 comments over a 2 or 3 hour span. That's a lot of contents and information to digest. On a weekly basis.
It really is, and it's been a great way for us to reach out and get in touch with our fans and customers, because with the pandemic, we're going into almost a year now, and not down here in the States, we're seeing some places open up slowly, but it's still not where it used to be. And so a lot of our fans, this is a great way for them to see new train stuff, talk to some modelers, and, basically replace that one-on-one face-to-face conversation at a show booth safely. So it's been a great way to talk to our fans. I really enjoy it.
And I think the other reality is, and I know everyone's down because they can't go to in-person shows, but these events also allow companies that wouldn't attend shows in your area. Now you can reach them over platforms and both in the Canadian market and the U.S. market, as well as, I've seen comments from today from people in Europe and Australia watching today's virtual Canada train show. So, I think it has the ability to reach new avenues. Last time we spoke, and I had you on the show, we were talking about GP9 chop nose. And boy, did we have a lot of comments when we brought that up, and I think you've probably had a lot of people inundate your inbox with that and comments. Is it still something percolating at the Athearn development team, or there could be a little stake with that sizzle, you think?
Yeah, there's definitely some percolation going on. We've got some exciting changes at Athearn that I can't go into too much detail, but and I'm one of them. I would love to see a chop nose, because think about it. We talked about the CP rail chop nose, and then, closer to my neck of the woods, Main Central had some chop nose Jeep 7s. So yeah, there's definitely some interest in that. Now, I don't have any type of timeline or anything like that. Basically, what I can tell you is that email that's going on the ticker there, right there, that is the best way to get that to us. And I tell everybody that has that same suggestion as mine, is like, go for it. Put that in the product suggestion so our developers know. Because that would definitely, I'm a little bit biased, Lauren, as you know. I kind of like those chop nose 7s and 9s. So if we can get enough guys to get in there, maybe we can get development to work on something.
I'm thinking you got a few sitting down at Illinois Central's Markham Yard, just as a reference point. But I think the TH&B announcement, and I suspect the strong demand with that. I know we had a very strong demand with that, and we're seeing continual people pre-order after the date. And I've encouraged people that, hey, even if a model has been cut off the date, reach out to your local dealer, whether that's us or a dealer in your area or your dealer you're happy with, and try to find that model, because manufacturers and dealers are listening and adding more allocation or slack up at the time of arrival, because as they say, Jim, once the container comes, the container comes. There's no time to go back for another container. So
yeah,
I definitely think the chop would be a tremendous model for the Canadian market, and I suspect the chat is buried with comments right now. I'm not looking at the chat because I'm on mobile, but I have a suspicion it is. Right. I know you guys have done successfully well recently with the Jeep 7 and GP9 chops, that you guys have done the Topeka style, and then recently you just did the Savage. Now, theirs are really interesting. We talked about the TH&B being a very small short line. Salvage is extremely small, Jim. And you guys are able to pull off the Salvage, which is a very obscure Alberta short line.
Yeah, and again, that was one of those things where, in the old days, before we had so much communication through email, through online, a railroad company like Athearn would really be going out on a limb on doing the Savage and not knowing. But that was another case in point where we had a lot of people contact us and say, hey, would you consider doing the Savage? And we had enough requests, and there you are. And apparently we had enough requests because I think as of right now, I know in our DC, we're running very low on those. So they've done really well for us. So those folks that wanted that locomotive, they really wanted it. They gave us a suggestion. We got them together. They did their pre-orders, and now we've got, happy modelers with something that 20 years ago they might not have been able to get.
Agreed. The growth and future expansion with Athearn, with the Canadian market and N-Scale, more N-Scale product that'll come on when you guys do an HO model, bring it to N, or is it kind of just going to be on a C by C basis, or larger projects? I know you guys recently did the ST70 and N-Scale. Is the 70 ACU and N-Scale a possibility? Like, is there always cross abilities between going from HO to N that you guys are starting to see, those options?
Yeah, and that's a great question. Athearn is doing some things a little bit differently. We're taking advantage of this downtime that we've had with the pandemic, and a lot of your fans of Athearn have probably noticed that we've sent out a couple of surveys in the last few weeks. We sent out a survey specifically on an SD70M-2 and the Genesis 2 series, but we also sent in more general questions because we know that the market's always changing. N-Scale might not have been as big of wasn't as represented as big maybe 20 years ago, but we may have seen that change. So what we're doing is we're actively asking for fan participation to let us know what they'd like to see. And we're kind of taking things under advisement. If we get enough requests for N-Scale models, then we'll definitely look into it. And if we can get, some firm commitments from our fans to see how the N-Scale market is, I'm sure we can probably arrange future releases to be an N-Scale. But we're kind of doing the research phase with our customers right now. We really want to hear the customer feedback.
Agreed. I know I'm predominantly an HO dealer, and I occasionally take flack from N-Scale guys that I'm not stocking enough, but N-Scale never was truly a big portfolio of my business, and it's growing, but not near as exponential as HO. And I think there's still many pockets of North America that have relatively decent sized basements. I mean, I think as generations move on and housing gets more expensive, and especially in Canadian markets and some American markets, space will become a premium, and I see N-Scale, picking up that slack. Very similar to what's happened over in Japan, Jim, where space is at a premium, so they're either an N-Scale Z or they're in TT.
Yes.
One thing that's been brought up is how has Athearn deemed the last year to success with the Prime for Grime line? I know lots of consumers here are happy to see it. Is there more expansion on that line? More thought about more offerings or more uniqueness coming in the Prime for Grime features line?
Yeah, we've had really good success with the Prime for Grime, and it's kind of answered a demand that modelers have had for a while. It's rather easy to add rust and dirt and things of that nature, but to get the paint faded, that was kind of a struggle for myself when I did weathering. So now offering the Prime for Grime with reporting marks that have been painted over and added new reporting marks or new owners, fading the paint out from the factory, that's been really successful. We've had really good luck with that. So what we're doing is we are looking into other avenues to go. And as you probably already know, we kind of started slowly, but we've offered the Prime for Grime from everything from our Genesis locomotives all the way to the Roundhouse offerings. So it gives everybody from different standpoints of how they model or their, what they're willing to spend. They've got that option to have Prime for Grime. So as we move forward, yeah, we're definitely going to see more options for those guys.
Just so everybody out there in Facebook and YouTube land, for about 6 months there, Isabel's favorite model was the Bowser CMQ units, but the Athearn 75M Prime for Grime PRLX Santa Fe unit, the pink one, is now Isabel's favorite with her pink one container. So
there you go.
I think if you bring out some more pink, I think you might find some lady modelers join the fray really quickly.
Yeah, and it's funny. I've had some comments before that, well, those locomotives never turn that shade of pink. I've actually got. I'll share some photos and upcoming train Tuesdays.
I've shot that. I've shot 201, and it turned that pink, and it looked like a cat peed on it too.
Yeah, I mean they're all over the place when they get weathered. I mean, as soon as they get out west too, some of those colors. I mean, for the guys that have been rail fanning for years, remember when BNSF went to when Erie had painted some of those -9s.
Yep.
They turned into a salmon pink. They were orange, and it didn't last long. It just turned into a salmon.
The CPAC 4400s, which is a model we can discuss in a few minutes, they went pinkified very quickly, especially if they were either as delivered with the dual flags, or if they were part of the second order batch with the beaver. While we're talking General Electrics now, is there any further update or timeline on when we're going to see pre-production pictures or samples of the C44-9WL, both in the Canadian National 4-step version and the BC Rail?
Yeah, I don't have a firm timeline on that, but I would say soon.
Okay.
And I would also say, as far as items of that nature, guys are going to want to keep track of this coming Friday's announcements. So that's all I'm going to say about that. But I'll put a little foreshadowing and a little bit of buzz in there for you.
So you're telling me there's an alternate current model coming on Friday?
Well, let's just say I'm pretty excited, and I think the fans are going to be excited with what we're going to be offering on Friday. So definitely look into that. The other thing, go ahead. Sorry.
Nope, that's okay, Jim. You go ahead.
The other thing that we're excited about right now, and I'm thinking you guys have probably heard about it. Have you heard about the Montana Rail Link locomotives that we're offering this month?
I have. I've had it listed on our website for pre-order, but I'd love if you put one of those beautiful pictures of, I want to see the row number is 4141, is it, Jim, or 4111?
4401, if I remember right, and I do
4401. Okay.
Share with you. Let me see if I can grab that real quick in my mess of a desktop here.
I think the last time you and I were chatting, you must have got my memo about I need another 1982 Mopac unit. that was on Isabel's hit list because nice. One day, remember that when we were doing that video back in November, I had shot that, I think a week prior when you and I did that video, if you remember correctly, and then we were talking about ACUs in red, and there was a 1982 Mopac trailing that day, and I think I showed you pictures that day.
Yeah, so what I'm going to share with you is a picture from Jim's house. This is the Essential Workers unit, and it's 4404. Now I got that up, let me go ahead and share our screen here for you folks to see this. And here we go. And bam, really cool locomotive. Really well executed in the paint department. This was one of those things, Lauren, where we went ahead and we had all the information that we needed. We were going to do Montana Rail Link ones anyways, because we've got the 6 steps for this in the BNSF. And we were literally ready to go to print and let everybody know what these were. And we got some information from James here, and we had to do this unit. We just had to do it. And so not only are we doing this unit, but we're taking proceeds from the sales of this locomotive to put towards the Horizon Hobbies for Good, which means basically we're going to be saying thank you to those essential workers. So when you purchase one of these, it's going back to help all of those people that helped out during the worst parts of the pandemic. And that's everything from the healthcare industry to, one thing that a lot of us forget is the truckers. Man, I mean, we're thankful that we've got the railroads and those truckers that do all kinds of stuff to make sure that we get our products that we need. So this is a big thank you to everybody that was out there during the pandemic and doing what they could to make things as normal for us as possible. And so this will be available for pre-order along with the other ST70 Aces. This will be available until Friday. So you basically got till the end of the month to pick one of these up and pre-order. And they have been extremely successful. People have been really demanding this particular locomotive.
Very cool, Jim. Just a thought. Recently, there was a few models that were canceled. One that came to mind was the Canadian one that was the Cape Breton and Central Nova Scotia Otter cars. Whenever a model is canceled, how do you guys go about either communicating that with consumers or announcing it? Because I had a couple customers reach out to me that they were upset that they had been removed, and I had indicated that the only formal correspondence I had was with my Horizon rep. It caught the market off guard. Now, I believe Janik put out a following email saying that they would re-announce them at a later date. That's correct on that project? Okay.
Yeah, as far as we can see at this point. So first of all, I mean, we want to apologize for that. It was one of those things where there were some things in the background as far as cost that had kind of blindsided us, I guess you could say. What we try to do, we're always working a year in advance. And what we like to do is put out things like the locomotives we just looked at. We get our pre-orders together. And of course, when we announce stuff, there's a price involved. When things change, and sometimes they do, that price can sometimes be absorbed by us. And that way the consumer isn't faced with an increase. Unfortunately, there are times when that price increase cannot be absorbed, and we just don't feel it's fair to pass that on to the consumer. So, take for example, let's say we've got the CP covered hopper, and we say it's going to have a retail of $34.99, and it's going to be offered with a specific detail part, and we still offer it at $34.95. And then in production, we realize, you know what, we can't pass that savings. We can't absorb that price increase.
Yeah, incremental cost.
Exactly. So now it would be really in poor taste for me to say, Lauren, the good news is your covered hopper is in. It's $54.99, and you'd be like, wait a minute. And so we realize that's just not fair to the consumer. So
or you bring the car at $35 and you had etched metal running boards and it has plastic boards. Yeah.
So it's one of those things that's not easy, because we also know that the people that wanted those cars, they're fans. They want specific cars because for their specific railroad layouts. And yeah, it stinks. If you were to say, hey, Jim, we're going to do these Boston to Maine locomotives, of course I'm going to pre-order. And then when they don't come out, it's disappointing. But we felt it was better to have some disappointment with the look into possibly offering them in the future than to just say, here's the car that you wanted, but at a substantial price increase. And that's kind of a bait and switch. We don't want to do that with our customers.
No, and you don't want to deliver a product that either is going to be rotten on the shelf or have customers have a rotten taste of the company in their mouth too. So
exactly. And as you know, our fans, I mean, across the board, all of us modelers, we have high expectations, and we have high demand as far as what we would like to see. And if we don't deliver that, it's not good for anybody involved, and we just don't want to do that.
Nope, makes sense. A while back, we talked about a future run of more Canadian GP38-2s. I know you had quite success with the CP versions, both in the red and the maroon. I see there's some comments about possible CN in Ontario Northland. You guys have done ONR in the past with the SD75Is, both in the standard on-rail as well as the Aero scheme. I take it that's something that's possibly on the drawing board on the next version of the GP38-2 Canadian versions.
Yeah, the good news is the GP38-2 across the board is just a really good performing locomotive. It's always in demand. And so that opens the door up for us to do roads that we don't commonly do as often. So again, that's where that comment suggestion, everybody that's given you comments today, they're excellent comments, and I would love for them to use that Athearn email address to let us know. And there's a possibility we could do those roads in the future on that specific locomotive.
Yeah. It's been talked about here in the Ontario and the Canadian market. The last time we spoke, you were just kind of getting on board with Athearn. Is there anything new on the via P42 front? I see there's a handful of people commenting about that. Is there anything new on that file, or is it kind of went dead until the licensing gets resolved? Or is there anything to discuss on that file, Jim?
I know personally where I'm at, I have not heard of anything on that front. That doesn't mean that the guys in development are not working with it, but nothing that they've shared with me. So I don't really have an answer for you there.
Okay. The Canadian market has been super excited with you guys bringing out both the ACUs and the SD90 Mac H's. I would assume the SD90 Mac 43s won't be too far behind. Fair to say?
I think you're probably pretty fair.
Okay. So we have lots more one containers coming, right? Right for Isabel?
Yeah, you don't want to miss out on those.
No.
They have been extremely popular all throughout the United States and Canada. So those will be coming out soon, yes.
And more future runs of container chassis, I assume, both in the 40.
Yeah,
both in the 40 and the 53s.
Yeah, those do really well for us. And of course, it's a intricate part to the whole modular container type railroading.
Yeah.
We see a trend. I mean, we see a trend that, transition era is still very popular, but modern is really making some advances into that segment.
I think modern is growing and growing more exponentially than people realize when you have things like virtual railfan. You've got droves of new YouTube videos every day, whether it's railfanning or new modelers. Even take today's stream. We've reached almost 5,000 unique people today on just using two platforms. In a Canadian market that's, yes, much smaller than the US market, Jim, but, it's, reached demographic and heights that, both Chris and I didn't have. We thought we would be, starting a process today that would be small, and it's, been so successful. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the interesting, you touched on two great points. One, modern is definitely increasing as far as popularity. And like you said, you're seeing that. You had Dominic from DjsTrains on earlier, and he's worked with us specifically on some more modern N scale stuff. If you've seen his channel, you'll see he's done a few reviews for us. And the great thing about him is since he's got that knowledge background, especially for modern day freight, that really helps answer the questions for the guys that see the modern, but they want to see how exactly it works. And then again, going back to the Canadian market, the Canadian market is growing. We're seeing a lot of sales in the Canadian market. So we're definitely always looking to see what the Canadian market wants. And of course, the other nice thing too is, especially with the prototype, you see the Canadian modern prototype kind of bleed over into the United States, specifically right here in the Midwest, where the Canadian National purchased the IC, and you see it in New England as well. So there's a lot of guys that are stateside that model Canadian prototypes just because they actually see them in their backyard. So we're definitely seeing an increase in sales on Canadian prototype models, which is nice.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of American modelers realize, but Canadian National is not just a Canadian-based company. They're Canadian-based company with head office in Montreal, but they also have main offices both in New Orleans and in Chicago. But I mean, they've got extensive operations from the former Grand Trunk, both in the Wisconsin Central Corridor, feeding from Manitoba into Chicago via the WC, as well as the IC operations all the way down to New Orleans. But I mean, they also encompass the Bessemer and Lake Erie, Duluth, Mesabi, and Iron Range, Algoma Central through the Wisconsin Central, as well as BC Rail. So their operations are very integrated, and they're a very big operation, and you can see their equipment roam all over the place. Where you get someone like Canadian Pacific, they were generally more of a west to east coast railroad. But when they purchased the Delaware and Hudson, and they purchased the Sioux Line, and even the popularity of your Milwaukee Road Bandits, some of those bandit units, they'd be still on CP right up in the mid 2000s.
Okay, honey.
Talking choo-choos, Izzy. Okay. So I think there's a bigger demographic. But I mean, even your traditional BNSF, Norfolk and Southern run-through power is still common in Canada. Obviously there can be times where they have to put a Canadian unit on for lead position because of unions and other requirements or hot plates or other conditions. But there's not a day goes by that there's not a BNSF, Union Pacific, Norfolk and Southern, CSX unit in Ontario, in Montreal, in Alberta. So again, you don't have to be running a CN or CP Class 1. You can also have a variety of the other Class 1s. And occasionally you get some of the obscure short lines or the obscure fallen flags that are still have ran through Canada or are coming through now as secondhand leasers or other units. I mean, that those PRLX units, CN had a horde of them on lease for a long time, both the XBNSF and the CSX for a while. So, there's definitely different segues. I think your Prime for Grime line's a beautiful option. I mean, it really brings that modern uniqueness, and if the end consumer wants to tag a unit or graffiti it more or weather it more, they have that option. But I mean, color code fading and sun fades and different shades really add to the uniqueness of the model.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes it a little bit easier for a lot of the guys that we're seeing. We're seeing some young guys that are getting into prototype operations. And of course, they're using modern prototype. But they can see the Prime for Grime, and they can see it readily accessible. A lot of our younger modelers are rail fans as well. So they're mimicking what they're getting on their videos or their pictures. And it just makes it a little bit easier for them to do that. So, yeah, absolutely right. The Prime for Grime has been really successful for us. And, yeah, we're going to continue experimenting with different lines and at different levels as well.
Is there anything going to be new coming from Train Tuesday? Any changes to your format or any uniqueness, or thought about adding different layouts on your Train Tuesday, or special special undercover locations that Janik is out on patrol out in West Colton or something?
Yeah, down in our way, things are slowly starting to open up. We're going to be starting to do some prototype meets. We're going to be doing some train shows. I'm hoping to take some of the Train Tuesday on the road as weather gets better and things start opening back up again. We're also going to be doing some contests this year too. We're going to be doing stay tuned for, and they're contests basically that we're reaching out to our customers. We want to showcase your modeling abilities. So yeah, stay tuned throughout the year. We've got some cool locations that we're going to be doing Train Tuesdays. We won't always be in the studio, but we'll be out on the road, myself and some other folks. And we're also doing a little bit more to let the fans know what Athearn's all about. We've interviewed folks in product development and things of that nature, and let the fans ask them questions. And it's you're going to see pretty much the same format. We're always going to talk about what's coming up, what's in stock, and what's going to be in stock at your dealer soon. But we're also going to try to get more participation from the fans too, so we can see their work. Now,
here's a question that's going to probably be unique. is there any sort of cross R&D with your parent Horizon that you see that potentially will be implemented in Athearn, whether it's innovations both in your radio control or your plane side?
That's an excellent question. For those that don't know, Horizon Hobby, they've been around for a little over 35 years. They purchased Athearn back in 2004. And that's actually opened the door up for Athearn, which is great. There are a lot of things that come over from the RC side that actually help out with the railroad side. Now, currently, we don't have any projects on board with that, but I've been, myself personally bugging to see if there's a way that we can get dead rail options on locomotives in the future. Because as you know, anybody that's into RC, folks use LiPo batteries to power their different RC vehicles. We're getting to the point now where the technology is getting safer. It's getting easier to use. And of course, the batteries are getting smaller. And one of the modeling fantasies I've always had, especially since I like to do industrial rail, is what if we could get to a dead rail system, but somehow integrate it with DCC? So if we were a standalone company, we might not have the resources to do that. But with Horizon on board, yeah, we're one big happy family. And so we do get to share ideas across the board. And, that goes from everything from R&D all the way to promotions too. So definitely with Horizon being on board as a parent company has been nothing but a help for us.
Very cool, Jim. I'm going to bring Chris back, and Chris has been a huge fanboy of Athearn for a long time, and maybe he can speak to the masses for a few.
All right. Hey, Chris.
Hey, how's it going, Jim?
I'm doing great. How about yourself?
Good, good. I always make sure to watch you guys every Tuesday. I'm usually working at that time, but I'm kind of half working while I'm enjoying the live show that you guys do.
Oh,
so
that's
it's
good.
very good that you do that for the community.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I've purchased a lot of different Athearn models over the years, and honestly, I'm a big fan of a lot of the Prime for Grime stuff. Like the certain cars that you guys do with the patched out logos and whatnot.
Sure, very nice.
Now you guys are doing the bell trucks as well.
That's right.
I guess would they be the 60s or 70s?
So when you say bell trucks, you're talking about the phone company trucks that were introduced last month?
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, those are kind of interesting. They're based on the Model A, the Ford Model A. We have a really good license with Ford, so we tend to do some really great models with Ford. Those are based on the Model A 1930s truck, and they are actually based on a prototype. They were Model A trucks that have been outfitted with what we would call in modern terms like a toolbox. And a lot of, throughout the United States and Canada, a lot of back in the old days, there were a lot of small telephone relay stations and such through your towns and cities. And it kind of mimics those. They were real common in the big city areas in the 1930s, probably right up to about World War II. And then you wouldn't see those Fords as much probably in the big cities after World War II, but in the rural areas, like Pennsylvania or New Jersey maybe, you'd start to see those pretty long in the tooth by about the mid-50s or so before they started converting to newer trucks. So it's kind of a transition era or early transition era model, but it's definitely a unique model and one that hasn't been done that much.
No, it's definitely a nice looking vehicle for sure. And it's good that you guys have a variety as well, a lot for everybody's layouts and eras as well. So it's definitely, there's something for everyone for sure.
Really is. And I mean, we've seen, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go.
We've seen, as far as our vehicles, we've seen a strong supportive force behind that. We introduced some fire trucks, an N-scale and HO last month, and the N-scale fire trucks did very well. which tells us that there are some N-scale folks out there that are looking for emergency and fire vehicles in N-scale. And we're happy to offer them, in that case, they were 1960s and 1970s, maybe early 1980s, depending on where they're located, vehicles. And so that tells us in the future that we'll probably do more vehicles, both in HO and N. We've had a really good response with our vehicle line.
Any plans to add lighting to your vehicles?
That's an interesting question. We haven't really talked about it, but we do know that there are other manufacturers out there that have started to add LEDs to their vehicles. So they're basically ready to put on the layout and plug in and light up. Interesting question. It's something that honestly we haven't really talked about, but it's something that we may look into in the future.
And expanding on the Prime for Grime, seeing particular models, so if we have specific road numbers and whatnot, referencing real life cars, some of them have graffiti on them. Would that be an option in the future to see pre-graffitied or pre-weathered cars?
We've talked about it once again, where we're kind of in the early stages of getting feedback from our customers through a variety of sources, mainly through the surveys that we are now sending out and our product suggestion email. We haven't really made a decision on that. For right now, I can tell you what we're going to do with the Prime for Grime is a lot of what you're seeing, the faded paint, the patched over paint. One thing that I can tell you is if we did start adding specific markings, paint, graffiti, things of that nature, there would probably be a slight increase in cost just because of the labor that would be involved to get that. So for right now, we're just going to stick with the faded and patched look.
No, they are really awesome, though. I think I have a bunch now. But no, it's honestly, it's been awesome having you with us here and sharing all the new models that are coming out. And I know you on the email for Friday. You said it was Friday that you're sending out an email with the new product announcement.
So what we'll do is on Friday, and I'm going to turn around and look at my calendar, make sure I get the date right. So Friday the 26th at 3:30 Central Time, 3:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, we will go live. And that is our big monthly announcement of what is new for new announcements for that month. And we go everything from Genesis locomotives all the way to N-scale freight cars. So I'm pretty excited about what we're going to be showing on Friday. There's some stuff that I'm sure everybody is going to be interested in. So if you get a chance, look, if you're a fan of Athearn on Facebook, give us a like and you'll get a notification. If you're a subscriber on YouTube, you'll get a notification too. Usually about 10:30 in the morning Central Standard Time. And yeah, we go live with all that goodness. And it's also something I call when I don't get a paycheck, because I put my order in for everything that's up there.
Well, that's perfect. Lauren, did you have any other questions for Jim?
I know it's not overly talked about, Jim, but I'll throw this one out there. Other than your licensing agreements with Ford and a couple of the vehicle companies, is there any other licensing agreement where you're going to have models come back out? I know at one time Athearn had John Deere. Is there anything that we can see either in a vehicle or other items that would be unique in 2021 that would be either announced or coming out, Jim?
As far as unique, I don't know off the top of my head. We usually plan things out quite a bit ahead of time just for production reasons, but I don't know of anything off the top of my head. I will tell you this, though. We are always looking into licensing and things of that nature to give the modelers variety. So it's something that we're constantly looking at. And, just like anything in the industry, licensing agreements, they ebb and flow. So we tend to go where we feel the sales is justified and kind of, see what the licensing agreement is with that particular company. But it is definitely something that we are looking into because we do see a need for both HO and N-scale vehicles.
Thanks, Jim. Both Chris and I want to thank you for coming on for today. Your live videos with Yannick on Tuesday have been fantastic for the hobby and the community. We miss seeing you at shows. I know I would have seen you this year at Springfield had we had a show and got across the border. So, nice to meet you in person. But I think I'll meet you in person soon enough, Jim.
I hope so.
I might drag Chris from Ottawa to come with me too.
There you go. That'd be great.
So yeah, and I think the Canadian market will be looking anxiously to what the Friday announcement will be. And I think there's a little bit more steak where the sizzle is on those chop nose, Jim. I think.
I understand. And Lauren and Chris, thanks for having me on board today. It's been a pleasure. And whenever I can get a little bit closer to home, Canada is definitely a soft spot in my heart, growing up in northern New England. So thanks for having me on board, and thanks for the great questions. And yeah, we'll see each other at a show here pretty soon, I'm sure.
I hear you guys got pond hockey on TV this afternoon too, I hear.
You know, I'm going to be honest with you, Lauren, since moving to the Midwest, I haven't really kept up with any sports. So I hate to disappoint you there.
Don't worry, Chris has the Ottawa Senators down the street for him, and he doesn't even go, but the Senators aren't good, so don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in a tough spot. I'm from Toronto, but I married into a Senators family, so, you know, it's a lose-lose situation for me. So.
Yeah, I understand. I definitely understand.
Yeah.
But thanks again, Jim. We'll catch you on Tuesday and also for the live next Friday. And yeah, thank you again for joining us. This has been awesome. And we hope to see you again soon, okay?
Yeah, definitely. Thanks, guys. Chris and Lauren, you guys have a great, and thanks for doing this train show for us. This is great to keep tabs on stuff while we're inside.
All right, so that was Jim from Athearn. Again, can't thank you enough. And next, well, before we go to our next presenters, I just want to remind everybody that when you go to miniprints.ca, use promo code VTC, that's Virtual Trains Canada, 2021. You get 15% off your order today. And if you go to ITLA, which we'll have on a little bit earlier, or a little bit later, I should say, you can save 15% on ITLA's website as well when you use promo code VTC15. And that's good for the buildings, the gondola, the inserts for the gondolas, and the wood floors for flat cars and bulkhead flat cars as well, plus detail parts. So save 15% on that as well. We're going to be, I'll let you know the winner of the Miniprints contest soon. If you have not entered yet, you got less than a minute. Go on over to the Facebook page for Miniprints, hashtag Miniprints3D on the post there for the train show, and you are entered to win. All right, so we've got, we're going to take a trip. It's a very short trip because it's going to be virtually. We're going to go over to Oshawa for the Pine Ridge Railroaders. And let's take a look and see what they have going on here today.
Okay, Mark.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, Chris, we're on?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Castle. I'm the president of Pine Ridge Railroaders. I'd like to welcome you here today. We're located at 32 Wilson Road North in Oshawa. And once COVID-19 is all over, we'd love to welcome you here for a visit at any time. You can contact us at Pine Ridge, sorry, let me get this one right, Facebook at Pine Ridge Railroaders, or you can contact us on our website at pineridgerailroaders.ca. If you've got any questions, just let us know. We'll get back to you as soon as we can. I'm going to take you for a tour of some of our layouts, but first I'd like to give you a little bit of background on us. This year actually marks our 52nd year. Our club officially formed in 1969 by some retired railroad employees, a group of GM workers, some other people that were interested in railroading. It started off as the Oshawa Model Railroad Club, went through a few name changes, and we became Pine Ridge Railroaders Incorporated. Rumor has it that our club colors of yellow and black came about because when the club was formed, GM was apparently making school buses. Can't really confirm that rumor though. For our 50th anniversary, we actually had a hopper made up with a couple of important numbers. They sold pretty well. They were actually made by Atlas. Really nice job. And if you're interested, we can certainly make arrangements to sell you one or two. Anyway, the members originally got together in one another's homes, but eventually the club grew to a point where they decided to have their own clubhouse. We moved from a number of different locations, moved into this location January 1st, 2015. And at this point, I'd like to start taking you for a tour. So when we moved here, we were unable to bring our HO layout, and we had to start from scratch. And we started basically just like everyone else. We asked ourselves the same questions you should ask when starting your own home layout. Do we want an era, a certain geographical location? Do we want to be prototypical or freelance? How about the height and lighting of the layout, loop or point to point? We decided to go freelance, and with some artistic license, we're going to model after the Durham area. Within a month of moving in, we had decided what we wanted to do and came up with a track plan with the help of our local friendly, our train-friendly lumber store we started to build. And we had our main line down and running in time for our first open house that April. And like most layouts, we've been building ever since. Of course, COVID has shut us down for quite a while and really hampered our progress. Being firstly Canadian, we decided on Canadian flagged railways only. So we actually started off at the CP yard. In the background, we could see the what will become a passenger station. Right now, you're looking at our harbor. All the ships here. I know Sylvan was doing some good ships earlier today, but these were actually all scratch built by Hudson Rotor. And the nice thing about this with our barge, this gives us an opportunity to remove cars or put cars onto the layout, so we're not always running the same things over and over again. And as you can see as we pan around, you can see we've got a bit of a forested area with a campsite. Again, this was one of the things we were working on just before COVID struck, but eventually we'll be putting in some more trees. I have no idea how many trees are in this layout, but they have all been handmade, either from Woodland Scenic's scenic trees, super trees, or just from basically chopsticks and furnace filters for the coniferous trees. So now we're moving into Pine Ridge Yard. So Pine Ridge is actually just a short rail, and pretty well everything on the layout runs through here before we move it on to one of our industries. One of the main reasons we built the layout the way we did is because some people wanted to run passenger trains, other people wanted to do freight trains. And we decided that we keep all of our freight trains fairly short, about 7 or 8 cars maximum. And that allows everybody a good opportunity to get in and either with 1 or 2 man crews start doing some operations. I did mention that we built a lot of things by hand. The area you're looking at now is actually dental cement. That's what created all the mountains and rocks behind us. One of our members was a dentist, and not quite sure how many pounds of dental cement he brought in, but did quite a nice job in making all the rock. And when I talk about operations, we looked at a number of different systems that we would use. And we decided we would just go on the regular car cards. That way, it didn't matter how many people would be showing up for an operations night. Whether it was just one person or multiple people, we'd be able to just run a train. And it didn't matter where you left off, it wouldn't make a mess of the system for the next time somebody else came in. In fact, as far as our schedule is concerned, when we meet, the first Monday of the month is our business meeting. The third Monday of the month is an education session where we talk about pretty well anything, how to make trees. The last session we did get into a sing song. You don't have to know how to sing in order to join, but it would help. And we also get into a lot of methods in terms of scratch building buildings. So what you're looking at now are buildings that were built by a couple of our members, all scratch built, named after previous members of the club. And I don't think you can catch most of the detail on this camera, but they're all very highly detailed, and you can spend quite some time looking at it, and every time you look at it, you see something new. All of our layouts, we use DjsTrains. Our particular, our home layout here for the HO actually uses 9 different districts. And we're currently working on some animation. Again, it's been tied up a little bit due to COVID, but we're getting there. Every Wednesday night, we run an operation session. But because everybody has 24/7 access to the club, they can come in at any time. And whether they just want to run trains in circles, whether they want to do an operation session, whether they want to work on either the layout or some of their own projects, that's all easily done because they have their own access. And because of COVID, for the last year, we've been running a virtual meeting via Zoom, and it's enabled us to keep everybody in touch, keep everybody up to date, and we've actually learned a fair bit even on Zoom. Our membership, we're pretty well open to anybody and everybody. We do have a youth category starting at 8. And of course, most of our members are all a little bit older.
Not everybody.
Sorry, Irene. Irene is our camera person today, and as you can see, this is our upper deck. For the HO layout, it's all single track with a number of passing sidings. It allows us to kind of slow things down while we're waiting for something to change or a train to pass. It gives us an opportunity to just to talk and socialize. And again, this is part of our layout. You saw the pulp and paper earlier on, and this is where we actually get some of the lumber that we use for the pulp and paper. We have 2 areas on the upper deck, surprisingly enough known as Upper Pine Ridge and Lower Pine Ridge. And again, as I mentioned earlier, all these trees, all the scenery, everything was all done by hand. So our upper deck, it actually does go up to 1 loop, as we'll get to just shortly. It's just a shot of our Lower Pine Ridge with a lot of lumber ready to go.
Over top of Andrew.
Just a little bit of a town sitting there. And then we swing into a
Just gonna catch the GO train going by.
well, of course, we have to show the GO train. And then we swing into our grain elevator area. We then move into our ranch, which is one of our main suppliers for our meat packing plant. And then on the opposite side, you can see another small town which services the mine. It can actually take about 20 minutes for an operator to go from the mine all the way down to the lower level and finish the first run. Because of the single track, the different authorities to run trains, it's actually a good evening. So by the time you get down and back, that's your evening done. So when we first moved here, as I said, we have to start from scratch with our HO layout. We didn't actually have to do that with our N layout. Our N layout was portable at the time. And for the first couple of years, it kept our N scalers happy. But about 2 years ago, we decided that we would start a brand new N scale. So the overall layout size is 27 by 12 feet. As you can see, it's got 2 levels. Now they use a double track system. We've got actually 3 peninsulas on this layout. The lower main yard, which we'll get to shortly, is about 12 feet long. It's double-ended. Oh, look, the dog pump. We also have a separate loop in the center, and that's all Cato. And the Cato track there is set up mainly for our young friends when they come to visit with Thomas. And you can see our turntable and roundhouse. There's 12 stalls in the roundhouse. And believe it or not, there's 75 track switches. There's currently 36 of them are controlled by tortoise machines. This layout is divided into 6 power districts, plus a separate district for the tortoise machine. Now they do know how many trees they've got, and apparently there's about 2,000 trees. And as you can tell, there's still a lot more to come. See just a small town on top of our upper deck. A lot of this was recycled from our portable layout. Being model railroaders, of course, we don't throw anything away. So as we finish off looking at our N-scale layout, we do have a number of portable layouts. And we attend quite a number of different events throughout the year. Obviously, we attend other shows. And there's other community events that doors open, Heritage Day in Whitby, things like that. So this is one of our layouts, and some of you will probably recognize it. It's actually John Allen's switching layout. Nice thing about this, we've semi-scenicked it, and the intent is for a recruiting tool. It allows people to see really how small you can be and actually have a functioning layout. And the nice thing about this is we let people actually try it at all of our shows. And it's a great crowd pleaser, particularly the kids. And for those of you that are about to ask, yes, the locomotives are actually limited in terms of the speed, so we won't get any going airborne. Not that we've set it up, but we also have an HO portable layout, and that's 7 by 15 feet. That's double tracked with a yard. We've got a mini N, which is probably the less than the size of the table that you're looking at right now. It's DC only. We also have a section of the Whitby and Port Perry Railroad based on the Whitby, or the Port of Whitby area. One of our members he probably walked most of that line, and he started to, with a few others, he started to build it. What you're looking at right now is part of our N-track, T-track layout. When the N-scalers decided that they would change from their current N-scale portable layout, they decided that they would go to the T-track system. And in fact, it intrigued us so much that we actually started an HOT track as well. This obviously allows us to mix and match and change the layouts almost every time we show up. So that's about it for the tour. There's probably a whole lot of, well, there may be a few questions anyway.
One question was how they can get our anniversary card.
Oh, there's a good question. So the easiest thing to do is just go to our Pine Ridge website. So it's pineridgerailroaders.ca. And when you click under the header, there's a section there for contact us. And you can either go general information or the PRR secretary. Just put in your request, and we'll contact you and we'll let you know. Chris, were there any other questions?
So I'm just going to take a look back through here and see if I can find. I know that there was that one, which you guys caught. I also put the link to your website in the chat for people to reference. Mostly a lot of comments, if anything. A lot of people are really liking the HO scale and the N scale layouts. Very finely detailed. Lots of great work that's gone into both layouts.
Well, thank you. That's those are nice comments. I know some of our members have worked very hard, and for anybody that spent any time on detailing, you know how finicky and frustrating it can be. I'm sure if my wife's watching this, she's probably sitting there saying, yeah, you disappear in the basement for hours on end, and you come back, and it's like, what have you done? Yeah, it takes a lot of time sometimes to do some of the details.
Well, I'm seeing that you guys have a lot of different road names there. Via Rail, Go Transit, some of my favorites, of course. What else do you guys run primarily?
Well, it kind of depends on what we're doing. We've certainly found a number of things at the shows. When you're talking to the kids, they recognize the Go Train. They recognize Via. They recognize things like tank trains and things like that. They don't really understand some of the short freight trains that some of us older folks are used to. And as much fun as it is to run a short train for operations, when you're trying to attract people, they obviously they're gonna come to something that they see and they understand. So as far as the roads that we run, CN and CP are the two main railways that we run, and of course we've also rebadged a lot of things to Pine Ridge as well. V and Go they're always on the track, whether it's just a little RDC or whether it's a full-size GO train. Obviously, when somebody brings in their own locomotives, some of our members do run different rails, and well, we don't lock them out or kick them out if they start running that. But that's the nice thing about a club layout like this. You can bring in your own stuff. You can use our equipment. You can come in at any time because once you've been here past your probation, you get yourself access. And of course, the one thing that's really important is you get access to the wealth of knowledge that many of our members have. I know that I've learned so much since I've started here, and I think most of us, as we look at some of the other layouts and have listened to some of the other comments from today, everybody started not knowing what they were doing, and they started talking to people, getting more and more information from people, and that's what's enabled them to make the great layouts that they've got today. You can see we've got a lot of space that needs to be scenic, both on the HO and the N layout. Some of them are kits, some of them are scratch built, but we'll get there eventually.
We've got Brian that's coming in from YouTube here, and he's asking if you can show the heritage engines and old club cars.
Well, we can, as a matter of fact. We just have to find. Oh, first of all, actually, I think down here. You can see some of our heritage fleet here. These are some of the N-scale hoppers that we had made up. I'm gonna have to start off. Here's the heritage car. Just swing around down here.
Yep.
In 1971, the club started coming up with some box cars, and you can see here's one. This one is black with yellow. The other ones were yellow with black. You can see that we put our logo on, and for the last little while we've actually started to put names on them as well, and those names are for some of our now deceased members who had a contribution into the club. And we have quite a few of those, except they're scattered all over the layout. I'm going to look for some more as we just kind of walk around here. But it is intriguing when you can actually start either repatching or just getting an undecorated locomotive and coming up with your own rail line. Oh, here we've got one here. So Pine Ridge Railroaders is one of the heritage fleet. And again, you can see another 2 locomotives there.
They're definitely well done cars, and definitely a perfect way to remember those who've contributed to the layout as well.
Well, it seems to make more sense to put them on a piece of rolling stock where you can actually see it frequently, there, rather than just a name on a plaque that just seems to gather dust.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. We have a good question here, and I even noticed that you've got multiple levels, but what about the helix to go between the levels? Ben from YouTube is asking.
Well, we thought about a helix, and it was one of the debates. And then we decided, rather than having a helix where you couldn't see the train for an extended period of time, we actually just have a very long, about a 2% grade running from the lower level all the way up to the upper level. It actually starts at Pine Ridge, goes around the peninsula. You can see it kind of going up the hill on the other side there. It does disappear a little bit as it crosses the valley just behind where Andrew's sitting there. Goes all the way down and pops out on the other side. by the pulp and paper mill. You can see it's just going up, disappears into the background. And then just around the pulp and paper, it pops up and finishes off the root. And that's how we get up to the upper depth. The fact that it is a single track and it is so long, it actually makes it very interesting when somebody's deciding that they're going to go up and somebody wants to come down. And until we started coming up with a few rules, sometimes they'd meet halfway in the middle, and of course somebody would have to back up. So it becomes very prototypical, where you've got a lot of lines. The main line from CP runs right behind my backyard, and it's just a single track. And you'll see them go eastbound for a little while, and then you see them go westbound for a little while. So it works out very well.
Just seeing it just reminds me of home. I grew up in Brampton, and all the GO trains. I mean, that's why I still model GO Transit myself. It just, as soon as you see it, you think of home, you know. And it's really nice to see what you guys have put together there and offering to both HO and N scale as well. It's a really nice setup that you have.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
I really do appreciate you guys doing that for us today and sharing your club layout with us. And I know that once this is over, I'm definitely going to come down and I'll swing by and say hi to everybody.
You'll be more than welcome.
Did you have anything else before we go? We've got one more presenter of the day.
No, I think we're about done. I mean, we could talk for another hour or two on various things, but I think people will get bored listening to me. I know I'm getting bored talking. As I mentioned earlier, everybody is more than welcome to drop in. Just go to our website. It's got all of our information on it. That's pineridgerailroaders.ca. And it'll give you the address of 32 Wilson Road North.
We have a show coming up.
We do have a show coming up. We're keeping our fingers crossed. We obviously had to cancel our last one thanks to COVID-19. But
272.
Yeah, 272 days away. We are planning on running our November show. So hopefully everybody will have their vaccine by then. We'll have COVID-19 under control. And we're really looking forward to having a good, and I mean a really good train show. And everybody will be more than welcome. Just stay tuned, and we'll get more information out as we get closer to the date.
Fingers crossed. I hope to see you guys soon, and definitely good luck in your near future. And thanks again for coming out today.
Okay, well, thank you very much for having us, Chris.
All right, so that was Pine Ridge Model Railroaders in Oshawa. Another awesome layout. It was very nice of them to present and show us their layout here. And we've got one last presenter for today for the Virtual Trains Canada. Before we get to Nick over in ITLA, I just want to remind you guys, miniprints.ca. If you go there today and you buy stuff, you can always use the promo code VTC2021, which will get you 15% off your order. If you go over to ITLA, their website, and you decide to purchase a building, detail kits, or the wood floors for gondolas, bulkhead flat cars, or flat cars, you can use promo code VTC15 to save 15% on your order today. All right, so let's get started. Nick from ITLA, welcome aboard.
Hi, Chris. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good. The show's been good. I've been watching all day long, and content is great, and looks like a fantastic venue. So thanks again for doing that, and to Lauren and Bernard for helping out.
We appreciate that very much. What do you have to show us today?
Well, I'd like to, if I could, I'd like to walk you through a little bit of a slideshow that I prepared that will give you a little bit of background about ITLA and our design philosophy and what we have to offer. Then maybe a quick little walk through the website. And lastly, a little show and tell with some of the models I have around me if time permits. So if that's all good, I'll start sharing my screen. Okay, Chris, can you see that?
Yep, it's there.
Okay, perfect. I couldn't tell whether or not you could hear me or see that. Okay, so here we go. So just wanted to kind of walk everybody through a little bit about who we are. You might have seen us at the Greater Toronto Train Show. You might have obviously, hopefully, seen us on the web. Some of the U.S. shows we make our way to over on the east side, Amherst, etc. So ITLA scale models, owned by myself and my wife, Renee, who, as she likes to say, is living my dream. Think about that for a minute and you'll understand. ITLA stands for Imagine That Laser Art, and that was the company's previous name. And Renee and I have owned the company for about 8 years now, and we've taken it forward into a couple of different directions, and we're focused on providing the modeler with precision cut scale model kits. And I think you're going to see some of that as I go through the presentation here. Oops, one page too far. So we offer a variety of quality kits, and we focus on an industrial back alley theme. Laser etched and cut wood materials that we provide you represent masonry, steel, and concrete when using some basic painting techniques. And I'm going to touch on a little bit of that later. We use premium quality micro plywoods, MDF, laser board, 3D printed parts, and styrene materials in our kits. And we offer a variety of items from brick structures, modular wall panels, detail kits, to the flat car gondola decking that Chris was speaking of, and even New York and Chicago elevated railway structure, which is kind of a neat product. So we'll get into some of this in a few minutes. This is the main categories on our website. Today, as Chris has mentioned, we have a special offer to all of our Virtual Trains Canada viewers. 15% off the products in the structure kits, detail parts, and flat car decking categories until the end of the day today, or basically midnight tonight. Just enter code VTC15 upon the checkout. So I want to touch a little bit on laser engraved and cut wood kits. And a lot of people that, in my background as a modeler as well, plastic was everything I knew up until about 8 years ago, to be quite honest. And I've learned quickly to appreciate the beauty of laser engraved and cut wood kits. So they represent brick and masonry with a realistic matte finish. They're durable, easy to work with, the wood surfaces that is. Fine details and reliefs can be engraved into them, and you can see that to the right. And paint penetrates the surface rather than building up on top. And that's a key advantage. And that's what gives you a lot of layering in color. It also gives you a grip or a surface that allows for chalks and pastels that give you either primary color or weathering. And wood is easy to cut and easy to shape and bonds with many types of simple adhesives, from wood glues to CA super glues. So one of the big features that we offer is configurability, and our structure kits are engineered to offer you the opportunity to build the model in a variety of footprints. I'll show you that here in a moment. Some of the kits can be built in as many as 15 different wall combinations, from a fully walled structure to shallow relief to background flats. And we've had customers tell us these things are kit bash capable by design, which is really, it's kind of a neat little feature that we offer. So ease of assembly, precise fit and finish, quality materials, tab and slot construction gives you an efficient and satisfying build experience. This is whoops, sorry, too fast. This is an example of our configurable design. This is the O-Scale Olympia Tool and Die Kit. And as an example, the fully walled building is shown in the foreground. Midway back here is what we could call a full flat, but it actually has 1.5 inch side returns. And then the shallow relief version, including that 1.5 inch side return and a little bit of a butt out here. This is all the same kit. And all the componentry that you see here is there in the kit, and you can build these 3, obviously, and as many as 12 other possible wall combinations from that one very kit. So that's a theme that we like to try to carry forward in as many as the products as we can. So the modularity gives you the flexibility to fit the space that you have by interchanging walls, placing features where you need them, such as loading dock doors and doorways and things like that. We do strive for finer scale models, separate interchangeable components, and obviously expandable designs. So you can chain a lot of these kits together to create your own signature structure. You'll also notice on rooftop details. So we'll have a lot of that in our kits. We'll have a lot of wall stacks and vents and things such as that. But the point again I wanted to make here was this is the same kit, just built 3 different ways. And this kit is the one that probably gives the biggest wow factor at the shows. When you see we have 4 or 5 different combinations of this kit on our display. And people just can't believe it when they look at that and realize it's the same kit, just built differently. Fine scale details. This is our N scale all-state machine parts kit in its initial version 1 configuration. The key here, this is a new kit for us. The key here is have a look at the fine details that we provided in this N scale kit. HVAC ducting up here on the roof and down the walls, vents and stacks and fire escapes and water tanks and pallets, etc. All that are part of the kit. A little shout out to our friend Bernard at Miniprints. He's made our custom ITLA cyclone vents and the rooftop of this water tank for us. So that same kit, as an example, can be reconfigured to present you with a long shallow relief model, or we actually sell an add-on kit that gives you the extra 4th and 5th floor as an example, to allow you to build a large industrial background structure. This kit also exists in HO, by the way. We also manufacture traditional, what we would call a traditional craftsman kit, again incorporating our modular strategies. So if you've built a lot of wood kits in your past, and I have, I'm used to like the Campbell kit with a lot of the intricate little separate pieces of lumber that you're going to need to trim and miter and all that stuff. In our case, we've done a lot of that work for you, and the assembly of this kit is more or less a modular type structure. This Grimsby station, as an example, to make things easier, we've laser etched the shingles in place. And if you've ever tried to lay in shingles, it can be a time-consuming and painful process. You can do it, but we've provided you at least with the groundwork for that. Unique turrets, eyebrow windows. This is Grimsby I mentioned, which is up the road here on the QEW towards Niagara Falls. And etched plank platforms, tab and slot construction again in this model, and a lot more. I know that there's a lot of more modern modelers out there, and I appreciate that, and I'm trying to appeal to that group as well. This product line, these modular wall systems that we have, and I'll walk you through that in a moment on the website, really were inspired by my time spent in the automotive industry. And I'm from Windsor, Ontario, so I saw buildings like this all the time, and I worked for General Motors, so I spent time in Warren, Michigan, and Detroit. So these kind of buildings are all over Canada and the US, and it's just a typical structure that can be seen today, repurposed and reused. So this type of construction, I think, it covers many areas in our modeling, time frame. But you can see here the difference between this and perhaps its plastic cousin. We can achieve a finer scale representation using laser etched and cut materials. So if you look at the sashes and the positionable windows here, the fire escapes and the fan grills, things like that, we're able to do with laser cutting. And some of this stuff is tougher to plastic injection mold, as an example. So the look and feel you get from building with laser cut wood in this particular, in many examples, is, I think, a more realistic appearance. So, we talked about the advantage of wood construction. So it can, and I believe it represents concrete and masonry much better than plastic does. And I use simple rattle can paints and acrylics. I'll show you that in a few minutes as well. We can laser engrave it easily. We can add details. We can cut and modify. As an example, these wall sections have been cut and stitched on, and that's part of our industrial modular wall system that allows you to basically cut and plug and play a lot of these components. So the brick panels are separate. The windows are separate. You can remove them, put them over here, put the brick back in this area. You can reconfigure this stuff to make it look like you want it to look, to fit your need. So this is an example from my layout where I had a space that was just screaming at me for years. It's an ugly corner, kind of a complex corner. And I finally, after developing the product, was able to disguise that corner in the room. So basically vertically stacking these wall panels, they come as a 4-story standard height, but you're able to stitch on, as I mentioned, and I did that. I made this a 6-story structure, ran my fire escapes down, added the details that you see there. The item I want to convey here is that we think like modelers because we are modelers, right? So we've separated all these components so that you don't have to mask them for painting. So the windows, the sills, the brick panels, all that stuff, they're separate components. So you can easily spray paint them quick and put them all together without any bleed or any masking requirements. The other thing we provide a lot of are detail kits, and I mentioned earlier that rooftops are important to us. So here's an example of a fairly new kit, again, part of our new N-scale product line. This is the rooftop detail kit, but you can see the HVAC details, you know, a little bit of old and new, right? So we've got air handling units and we've got wooden water tanks. Well, you might say they don't coexist, but have a look at rooftops in New York City or in Chicago, and you might find some of that. We did when we did our research. So a lot of neat stuff like this. There's those great little ITLA custom 3D vents by Miniprints, and there's the roof panel. We do loading dock interiors too. This is another element of detail that I like personally to see. It adds that 3-dimensional feel to your structures. So in N-scale HO&O, we have these components available as well on our website. 3D laser engraving, we have the capability of applying that technique and producing unique surface textures. So a great example of this is this rebar showing through this flaking concrete wall. And then all this is just picked up with you know, colors, just hand brushed acrylic paints. The laser cutting that we're able to achieve produces super fine details. So here's that N-scale water tank in relation to a dime, a US dime or a Canadian dime is the same size. And then you look at some of our fire escapes and that great see-through detail that you can achieve with the systems that we have here. So in summary, our kits feature ease of assembly, precise and repeatable fit, quality materials. We strive to provide you with minimal parts cleanup, easy to paint this stuff using simple techniques, tab and slot construction, configurability, modular theme, and a whole bunch of roof and wall details. But you know, you don't hear about a lot of this, but customer service. I mean, we're here to answer your questions and we offer support during your build. We're just an email away, and I honestly spend a lot of time conversing with modelers and learning and discussing some neat ideas and helping them, and I learn from their responses as well. And part replacement guarantee, we do stand behind our products, so if you break a part during normal handling, be happy to replace it free of charge. So this is the quick little presentation about ITLA. I want to thank you for listening, and I hope you're going to visit our website. We're going to go take a look there in a moment. Please sign up for our newsletter, join our social media feeds, and again, take advantage of the offer we have today for 15% off in those categories until the end of the day with that VTC15 code upon checkout. Okay, so that is a quick little presentation, and so far so good, Chris?
I love it.
Okay, okay, good. Just want to make sure that everybody's still there. All right, I'm going to go back and just take a quick jump into my website. Neat stuff. I hope it's neat stuff anyway. All right. Okay, so have a look at our website, itlascalemodels.com. If you scroll down on that main page, you're going to see all those categories I spoke of. We've got our structure kits category, then the modular walls that we talked about, elevated structure, detail parts. We do sell modular brick wall panels for expansion of our structures and scratch building. A lot of people like to do that. And then we've got our flat car and gondola decking out there for you to take a look at also. But what I wanted to focus on here was up the top along this menu are a series of articles that you can take advantage of. So I've shown you a little bit here about how to color our products, how to paint with acrylics, just brushed acrylics. And the age-old question is, how do we paint and weather our brick walls? But just really, briefly as an example, before I do a little show and tell with the actual paints, take these articles out there and able to do. Here's our raw wood product assembled and then just simply brush painted with all those, those inexpensive acrylic paints from Michael's, or if you're in the States, Hobby Lobby or any of those places. And then you just brush with washes of raw umber and orange, the rust colors that you're familiar with, that you would use on any other, plastic model or what have you, rolling stock or otherwise. So you can create very, very convincing metalwork, in this case, using laser cut wood and simple acrylic paints. So there's a little tip for you there. We can get right down into the instructions on how to paint and weather our walls. There's a number of different ways to do this, but you'll see in the explanation here, one of the simplest methods is really the rattle can spray paints. And I know that I was taken aback when I first saw this, and I've learned since then that this is the simplest thing you could ever do. You expect that this stuff's going to come out thick and cover your entire model, but you'd be awful surprised if you lay on thin coats. That's all you need to really color the surface of these models, and just build upon those with the acrylics after that. So, I won't go through all this detail here, but you can see some of our basic paints that are used on this raw wood panel. So, that's red oxide primer, automotive primer, and this gray is our secret weapon. This is Rust-Oleum camouflage khaki paint, and that gives me the aged concrete look. And that's just your basic start, and then you can go into obviously layers of washes to achieve the brick aging that you wish or trying to replicate. So, the best thing to do, internet is your friend. Go look for pictures of what you want to replicate, and recognize how many different colors are in those pictures, and then try to replicate them here on the model. So anyway, have a look at that at your leisure. I show you how we go about in general to weathering and painting our walls. Okay, there's a lot of assembly videos and a lot of articles in here that you can cruise through. We do have some videos and podcasts out there to watch and listen to. We do manage some photos from our customers and love to see stuff come back. And nothing makes us happier than when the customer is happy, to be quite honest. On our own YouTube channel. And then, have a look at our testimonials too. Read a little bit about what people say about us and the product. And again, those are that's the energy that we build on. We love to hear the feedback, and we truly act upon it. So have a look at the website when you can. And when you scroll down through the website, you're going to see some featured products, and you're going to see the opportunity to subscribe to our newsletter. So I would encourage you to do that. We're going to, we don't publish too often, once a month or thereabouts. Don't want to inundate you with a bunch of junk, but we want to give you some quality information, either our new products, build tips. We also share modelers' activities as well, and how they're building our products, and it's kind of neat to watch. So please sign up for that. Okay, Chris, how's that going so far?
That's perfect. Absolutely.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so what I'd like to do with some of the time remaining, I want to show a few things here in my camera, if I may. So let's try that out. I'll stick to the painting theme at the moment. So I touched on the rattle can spray paints. So here's a great example. Those are my two go-to weapons right there. So there's your aged concrete. That's Rust-Oleum camouflage khaki. And then any sort of a flat, of course these are flat, any sort of a flat red primer, brown primer, gray primer, anything that really starts to look like a base color, base masonry color for you, go ahead and search for those paints. This is a board that we have on the table at the shows, and this is really a simple way of explaining the progression in terms of the paint, the painting activity. And when you look at my website, you're going to see this there too. But you know, there's the simple raw wood. In this case, we dusted it with a black, and that was just to try to give it a little more dramatic effect and to darken up that red that I showed you, that red primer. We hit it with that. We thought that was a bit too dark, so then we hit it again with the red primer, and you can see how the overall tone changed. And then you can start to clear seal that. So if you wish, it's not totally necessary, but we'll use this simple 2K clear. That's the French side for you guys. There's the English side. So just a matte clear like this, rather than a dull coat. We find this works fairly well. That's when you can start to develop the separation in colors. So I spoke about the acrylic paints, and then here's another example of those simple acrylic paints available at Michael's or at Hobby Lobby. So those simple paints diluted can give you all the little washes you need to start preparing those colors. And if I pull that in a little tighter, I don't know if you're going to see some subtle color variation. And really, it's up to you as to how dramatic you want to make that. So, you know, you just keep building on that, and you can clear coat that when you're done, and you can continue to build those layers if you choose. Very, very simple to do. What I'll show you quickly, I want to show you a little bit of, this is the N-scale all-state model that I was speaking of in the slideshow, and I'm going to try to show you a little bit of that. So this is that N-scale kit that we spoke of. And it's going to be hard to see, but I was, you know, wanting to show you some of the level of detail that we're able to achieve. Sorry for holding it crooked. But again, go check out my website and you'll see better photos than what I'm trying to show you here. But note the details. You know, that exists in the HO and the O scale kits as well. I just wanted to share with you the rooftop detail kits as another example. And these are the components that are normally in most of our structure kits, but they're available separately as well. This is the HO scale version. And again, a lot of parts available to you there. You can use them on anybody's structure. You don't have to necessarily just use them on ours. But the other beauty of some of this stuff is that's usable in multiple scales. So we call this a multi-scale HVAC kit. And initially, I designed that for the N-scale product line, but then a few people at the show recognized the fact that, hey, you know what? This stuff works in HO scale as well, and it certainly does. So it just represents a smaller set of ductwork in HO. So we now market that as a multi-scale HVAC kit. Okay. What else can I show you, Chris? You spoke about, spoke about our gondola floors, flat car decks, things such as that. I'm an Algoma Central modeler, so that's why you'll see this car in my hand. I had to go rip it off my layout. So those decks are available, and they're on our sale today. Similarly, some smaller structures, line side details, things such as that. So I hope you'll take advantage of some of that and try our stuff out.
We actually have a question from over on YouTube. Benny Bear 2323 asks, what ITLA floors would you suggest for the new Arrowhead model gondolas?
Oh, well, that's a great question. I don't have the Arrowhead model, so I'd have to get one in my hand to see what size it is and how our existing product might fit it. I would have to custom create something to fit those models. So right now, the models that I have out there on my website are the only ones I have available that are guaranteed to fit. If somebody wants to send me the dimensions, if you have a caliper, give me the length and width dimensions of your Arrowhead model or whatever other model, and I'll be able to tell you whether the Rapido or the Proto or any of the other floors or decks could fit that car too. At this point.
There was another question here from YouTube. Charlie asks, can you show what a kit looks like when you're shipping it?
Oh, okay, I can. Sure. Let me step back to my bench here. So we've got a couple of different methods. If some of the kits are shipped in a poly bag, such as this, with instructions on the front. Okay, so we'll ship those out in a padded mailing envelope securely, and we honestly haven't had any issues in delivering those. Some of the more elaborate kits will end up in a large box with artwork and the full-blown booklet, color instruction booklet, things such as that. So the range of packaging goes from the poly bag up to the box, as an example. You'll see some of this product, by the way. Credit Valley and Otter Valley carry some of our product too, so you should see some of this on the shelves. And if you don't see it there, especially from Lauren, just remind him to order up.
I'll tell him to put it through. That's perfect. No, you've got a lot of great buildings. That's one of my favorite aspects of the hobby, is building kits. And I love the idea of having it as a modular system where you can take a building and you can do it in a bunch of different ways, because everybody has a different shape layout anyways, right? So
that's right. That's right. So, and a lot of guys I'm finding a lot of guys have, as you mentioned, limited space. So, this model, as an example, is basically a ½ an inch wide. So that's that York Industries kit. That's normally a rectangular L-shaped building, but now with all that detail and all that that great wall surface, you can now tuck that in behind your yard or between the yard and the wall or whatever, and have a really, really nice little backdrop that you'd be proud of rolling your train past.
Now that one's HO scale, right?
That's HO scale, yes.
How long would you say that is, roughly?
This is about 19 inches long.
Okay.
Okay,
I'm
so
thinking ahead because I'm building a layout. So that one, I love the look of that one. It looks really nice.
It's a really cool one, and honestly, you can, as I mentioned, you can chain these things together. So you can add more, or you can change building style. We have a smaller, like Olympia tool and die in HO that would be about that high, and off you go. So there's lots of cool stuff you can do from a background modular perspective too. You mentioned this one is worthy of showing you. I mean, you can create, with this modular wall system, you can create unique signature structures. So this is something that I whipped up for the show in Amherst a couple years back. So these are our N scale industrial wall modules, and all I did was create a structure, and I basically just free flowed. And you can see the the loading dock that allows you to push your rail cars in or back your trucks through. That HVAC, multi-scale HVAC on the roof, as you can see, and the fine detail in the windows and fire escapes. So a lot of fun to build this stuff too. So Chris, that's happy to continue to answer too. Any questions if anybody else has them, or?
Let's see. A lot of comments. A lot of people are very, very impressed with your work and the overall product that I'm seeing here. Let's see. This is a first for some of them as well, that they've never seen the product before. Do you have a piece that's the most popular that a lot of people say, I have to have that one?
Yeah, for sure. I would say, and first of all, thanks for everybody for the positive comments, and yeah, we love to provide them these cool models to everybody, and hope you enjoy them. Probably the most popular, as I mentioned, we're kind of our theme is kind of industrial, back alley, tied to the railway stuff, which is probably the majority of what we all like. I would say that I'm going to point to the Allstate, the HO Allstate kit that's up here. You won't be able to see it very well this far away, but this is probably our most popular kit in HO, the All-State Machine Toolkit. And then I had shown you the N-scale version of that right there. So that kit is probably our best seller, followed on a close second by the York Industries kit. And one of the reasons I believe is because of the versatility, Chris, that these kits provide. I mean, you can shake them out in 15 different orientations if you put your mind to it, probably more. So and I want to invite everybody to have a look at building in laser cut wood, because you'll be surprised. Having built in plastic all my life, I honestly. I don't want to go back. I love wood. I love the texture. I love the way it represents brick and mortar, and the ease in which you can paint and modify. It's just a lot of fun.
Mike over on Facebook is asking if you have any refinery kits.
No, nothing like that, Mike. I'm sorry. No.
Okay, and yeah. Again, yeah, no, lots of compliments on the buildings and the work that you've done. I really appreciate you coming out today. I really appreciate the work that you do, and it's definitely something great that we can all incorporate into all of our layouts. And yeah, no, definitely, I'm going to be looking into some of those, because now I'm kind of hooked. I've always done the plastic. I'm afraid to do wood because, I've done plastic for a while, but I mean, seeing some of these buildings, it adds so much more realism to the layout. So
I'm really glad you see that, and I'm gonna go back and say this to you again. This is the secret. It's so easy. You can put paint on these things, and honestly, they dry in a matter of minutes. So I've gone out and sprayed some wall sections, and I'm assembling them 10 minutes later down in the basement. So it's not like you're leaving them overnight. You're not lacquer painting or anything like that. So very easy to use, very realistic in finish, and I really encourage you to give it a try. Reach out to me. I'm available. You can contact me through the website on our contact link. Happy to offer any ideas any advice or suggestions if you have any, or answer any questions you have.
I actually have one more here. It's a split question. I'm seeing that someone's asking for grain elevators and someone else is asking for downtown buildings.
Okay, two good questions. Grain elevators, in terms of the old Saskatchewan skyscraper type stuff, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, let's go with that.
Okay, well, let's go with that. Yeah. So no, I haven't gone down that path. We're focused at the moment in the industrial theme, as I mentioned. So I've got a number of items that are bubbling around in our design board right now that are more addressed to the downtown back alley-ish. So the second half of that question is, do we have any cityscape or any downtown structures? And the answer is, if you look over, I don't know if you can see that building or not, but I'll be reintroducing an older structure that we had previously marketed out there, and so some of that will come back with our latest techniques and our latest ability to engrave and cut. So the answer is yeah. On the downtown stuff, you'll start to see some of that come back. And unfortunately, on the grain elevator type stuff, it would be further down the list, I would think, in priority. Sorry. So,
well, I really appreciate you coming out today and sharing all your fantastic models with us.
Thanks very much, Chris. Much appreciated. And again, reach out to me whenever you need to. And if you got any ideas, hit me on contact me through the website.
Sounds good. All right, everybody. So we're just wrapping up here for the day. We're gonna see Nick later. Thanks again, Nick.
You're welcome.
All right, perfect. Okay, wow, that was amazing. I love those kits. They have so they're so realistic looking, and then obviously some really good painting tips as well for that. We're just going to take a minute and we're going to thank everybody because a lot of people were involved here today. First off, the sponsors, Otter Valley Railroad, OVRtrains.com. Thank you very much. And miniprints.ca. There's still time that you can get that 15% off discount as well if you go over to miniprints.ca. VTC 2021. And you can use that at the checkout. Also, ITLA and Nick. And basically, if you go to ITLA's website, you can save 15%, VTC15. And basically, that's on building kits, detail parts, and the wood floors for gondolas, bulkhead flat cars, and flat cars.
Yep.
And those good to the end of the day. The layouts, layout tours. So we had Chris over at Etobicoke Central Railways, amazing. We had Chris over at the Brantford Railroad Club, amazing. And of course, we had the Oshawa Club as well. They are awesome as well. It was a fun day. It was a fun day. The contest, because I know you guys are wondering who won the contest. So basically, y'all went over to Miniprints on the Facebook page, and got you to hashtag Miniprints3D on a post. The winner of that $50 gift card is Willie Martin. So Willie, get in contact with myself or Miniprints, let them know, and you get a $50 gift card to spend on miniprints.ca. So that's a good one. Yes, congrats, says it in the chat. Who am I forgetting? DJ, thank you so much, DJ, for the clinic. Honestly, 30 minutes per presenter, except for Athearn and Rapido, which also thank you so much, guys. Jim, Jason, Jordan, you guys are awesome. It was good. You fill up the 30 minutes, and most of them I wish I could go longer, but I wanted to fit as much into one day because you're not going to spend an hour at a train show at one table, right? We were moving around. We wanted to make this as authentic as possible to kind of replace going to an actual train show because we can't, because there is none. So other than that, without you guys, the viewers watching on YouTube and Facebook out there, couldn't have done this without you guys as well. So thank you so much for watching. I'm Go Veer, Go Home. I'd love to stay and chat, but I do have a train to catch. Have a good one, everybody.